from the Constitutional Equalization Fund. And the monies that have been allocated for the areas that have been categorized as marginalized is a total figure of 10.25 billion Kenya shillings. And this is for this current financial year, that is the 2026-2027 financial year, 10.25 billion Kenya shillings that should be going to various areas across the country, areas that have been categorized as marginalized. And this money that is under this particular bill is earmarked exclusively for basic services or basic service delivery under Article 204, Sub-Article 2 of the Constitution, with the areas that are targeted being water, sanitation, infrastructure, also roads network expansion, health facilities and equipment, as well as rural electrification. These are areas that this particular bill seeks to reach out to be able to ensure that these areas reach or get the services and be able to reach to the status that other areas are able to enjoy these services also under this particular constitutional provision to ensure that the members of these areas from various counties.
Order number 1, administration of oath. Order number 2, communication from the chair. Order number 3, messages. Order number 4, petitions.
Members on their feet, take your seats. Honorable members, I have a petition to convey to the House regarding the unfair lending and asset financing practices by Mogo Auto Limited. Honorable members, Article 119 of the Constitution accords any person the right to petition Parliament to consider any matter within its authority. Further, Standing Order 2252B requires the Speaker to report to the House any petition other than that presented by a member. Honorable members, I wish to report to the House that my office has received a petition from a Mr. Charles Gishira, the National Executive Chairperson of the Kenya Boda Riders and Owners Association, representing Boda riders, owners, operators, and other key road safety stakeholders across the country. The petitioner seeks the intervention of the National Assembly regarding persistent complaints and grievances raised by members of the association against Mogo Auto Limited, a company operating in Kenya and engaged in the provision of asset financing and lending services. Other members, the petitioner raises concerns regarding Mogo Auto Limited's compliance with the regulatory framework governing lending and asset financing, including whether the interest rates and charges levied align with the requirements administered by the Central Bank of Kenya. The petition alleges that the company imposes excessively high interest rates and other charges, exposing borrowers to financial hardship and exploitation. He cites inadequate disclosure of loan terms, repayment obligations, and associated charges, thereby limiting borrowers' ability to make informed financial decisions and undermining consumer rights guaranteed under Article 46 of the Constitution. Honourable members, the petitioner claims that borrowers are not provided with logbooks despite making substantial repayments towards the financed motorcycles, and that recovery practices against defaulting borrowers are unfair and oppressive. The petition also raises concerns regarding the protection and handling of customers' personal data in breach of data protection laws, particularly the collection, processing, storage, and sharing of such data. He questions the effectiveness of tracking devices installed on financed motorcycles and the procedures governing insurance claims and compensation in cases of theft, loss, or accidents involving financed assets. Honorable members, the association states that its members have reported instances where, despite making substantial repayments, often exceeding the value of the financed motorcycles, they do not ultimately acquire ownership of the assets. He alleges that motorcycles are repossessed immediately upon default. Stolen motorcycles are not recovered despite being equipped with tracking devices, which borrowers are pursued for repayments notwithstanding insurance compensation payments, leading to adverse credit listings. Honorable members, the petitioner states that efforts have been made to have these grievances addressed, including engaging the Departmental Committee on Finance and National Planning. However, they allege that Mogo Auto Limited failed to attend the committee sittings convened to address the concerns raised. The petitioner therefore prays that the National Assembly investigates the operations of Mogo Auto Limited with a view to establishing its compliance with applicable legal and regulatory framework governing lending and asset financing services, and recommends appropriate legislative, regulatory, and administrative measures to protect border riders and other borrowers from exploitation, intimidation, and unfair business practices. Honorable members, having determined that the matters raised by the petitioner fall squarely within the authority of this House, and that the issues raised in the petition are not pending before any court of law, constitutional body, or other legal entity, I hereby commit the petition to the Public Petitions Committee for consideration pursuant to Standing Order 208A. The committee is required to consider the petition and report its findings to the House and the petitioner in accordance with Standing Order 2272. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Milemba.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and let me thank the individual who has brought that petition to this House. The space of border and the lending and asset financing form of the bikes is not good. And indeed, currently, the border people who have been given bikes, the border bikes are a risk to even their lives. And it's not only Mogo, but there's another one called Watu. I would want to ask you, Honorable Speaker, kindly that you order that that committee prioritizes this matter, because they do not only lose the bikes, but sometimes they're even killed and the bike just disappears. And the system of tracking does not work completely, so that any single bike can be found. In my own area, Muhaya, that has been very common. And above all, no border who is given a bike in form of asset financing is assured that he will finally have the bike. Somewhat, when they finish payment of the bikes, something will happen and you'll find that the border is either killed or the bike is stolen or something happens so that the bike is actually taken away. So the organizations or the agencies involved in this asset financing, both Mogo, Watu, and others, are actually exploiting that space, and I would like the committee to go beyond what has been asked so that they regulate that sector very well so that we don't have exploitation. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I stand to support the petition and I want to ask the Public Petitions Committee that they prioritize this issue, Honorable Speaker, because it is affecting many of the border operators in such a way that you will find a border has paid, almost even cleared, and is only left maybe with a little interest. And these people come when he defaults towards the end, and they take the border, they take the motorcycle, and this guy is left suffering. So it is something that, Honorable Speaker, this House must prioritize, and I know it is of concern to the public. So I want to ask the Public Petitions Committee that let it not just be only Mogo Auto Motors, but it should involve all the lending border people within the country so that that space is regulated and we should be able to ream on them because they're actually making many people poorer than they found them. So, Honorable Speaker, I support this petition.
Yes, Wanjala.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I want also to add my voice and support to that petition, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, this company...
For the record, the petitioner is called Charles Gishira.
Yeah, Charles Mishira.
Kishira.
Ishira. Honorable Speaker, these companies, or this company, again, it colludes. It's technicians who put some security gadgets in those motorbikes. They organize with them, follow up the person who has taken the motorcycle, Honorable Speaker. They go steal and remove the gadget so that the motorcycle is never seen again. This has really impoverished our borders on the ground. And Honorable Speaker, even when the borrower is paying, and he has paid a lot of money and very little has remained, they have continued to go ahead and take that motorcycle, repossess it, and take it away from them. But the worst thing is that when they remove these gadgets from the motorcycle, and they still force the motorcycle owners to pay them, yet this motorcycle had an insurance, Honorable Speaker. So I support the petition.
Thank you, Angela. Cherorot.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I stand to support the petition by Charles Kishida, Mr. Speaker. This issue of border is everywhere in the Republic, Mr. Speaker. The biggest problem, Mr. Speaker, that is going on now in our country, especially in my constituency, is that this lending company are taking advantage of this vulnerable group of border, Mr. Speaker. Like in my area, Mr. Speaker, I had to intervene at some point because of one victor whom they repossessed, and that that motorcycle disappeared completely. I want to say, Mr. Speaker, that this one has to be intervened, and the petition committee have to make sure that justice is done, especially to this group of border riders, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to say that it's not only that, even these other lending companies, Mr. Speaker, who are taking advantage of Mwananchi should be dealt with accordingly. Otherwise, I support, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Oundo.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I support the petition. It is timely because borders seems to be the backbone of most of the economies in rural Kenya, and the amount of trouble they go through, Honorable Speaker, is very worrying and annoying. Many times, these lenders actually wait when they have about less than 10,000 to complete. Then they come and repossess and it disappears. Honorable Speaker, we really need the committee, the petition committee, to have a thorough review of this matter, cutting the entire sector, the entire value chain, so that we save our borders. Honorable Speaker, borders are very important. They saved most of us on Sunday in Homabay when we were attacked by terrorists. So we must always support them all the time. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Ariko. Ariko, there's a mic there.
Okay. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I stand to support this motion.
There is no motion before the House.
But I stand to support this petition, yes, Honorable Speaker, by Honorable Speaker, I cannot read it.
It's a citizen called Charles Gichira.
Charles Gichira. Honorable Speaker, border riders in this country constitute a large percentage of one of the ways of mode of transport in Kenya. Honorable Speaker, Finance and National Planning Committee had a session with Mugo Auto Limited to discuss this matter that was raised by the members of the public. Unfortunately, Honorable Speaker, these people never presented something substantial that will support what the rates they are offering to the public. Honorable Speaker, these people normally recover motorbikes. Even a motorbike that has outstanding balance of 5,000. These people take back this motorbike and sell at a cost of more than 100,000 to the same members of the public. Honorable Speaker, this kind of exploitation, there is need to lift the veil of these companies because we don't know who owns this company. So I want to urge the Petitions Committee to look into this matter as quick as possible because the members of the public have suffered a lot. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
George Best.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I also wish to lend a word to this particular petition by a studious Kenyan, Mr. Charles Ishira. Honorable Speaker, we have the Shylocks out there, the unscrupulous money lenders who prey on impecunious Kenyans purely because they do not have money. It does appear like they are changing their modus operandi every day, and now they are targeting the border industry, whereby they are able to get them into some unconscionable contracts, which contracts have no basis in law, which themselves cannot be sustained even in a court of law, but because these Kenyans cannot wriggle out, they take advantage of them. Honorable Speaker, we are looking at the induplam rule in most of these contracts now, and it is the high time we examined whether it should actually be introduced into contracts, because these are not money lenders, these are not banks, they are not financial institutions. They are people who just register a business, then you move in to get people to sign contracts, and then you try to enforce those contracts with unconscionable rates of interest. The contracts, the terms themselves cannot be sustained. They are totally onerous. Mr. Speaker, as a House, and we are looking at this right now, we will be looking at the law of contract also to see whether the induplam rule should be introduced in all contracts where especially money is being lent. Otherwise, the border industry is one of the most important industries in the country. We know the revolution. We know what it has done to our young people who are no other sources of income, but by providing basic modes of transport, they are able to earn their living, they are able to make transport easy across locations, and we must protect that industry. We must speak for border, we must protect their industry, and such unscrupulous persons who are doing what Mobo is doing should actually be brought to book. Whichever way, whether under the law or where they commit offenses, they should be prosecuted and punished harshly. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
CTNA, Janet. Yes.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Janet, yes.
I wish to support this petition brought by Mr. Ishira. Honorable Speaker, this is timely, and this border sector has been exploited far too long by the business people, Honorable Speaker. It cuts across my constituency, and they have raised concerns about those business people who actually sell a border at a price that is supposed to be 150,000, but at the end of the payment, when they are given the loan, they have paid 450,000. You can imagine an interest of 200%. Honorable Speaker, I think it should be addressed because border sector is one of the areas that injects into our economy. So this is timely, and we would like this handled or addressed so that the border are not exploited and they are taken care of, because this is their source of livelihood, Honorable Speaker. Thank you, and I support this petition.
Majority Leader.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to take a completely different tangent from these comments. Because you remember, Honorable Speaker, way back in June of 2024, this House considered similar complaints on the buy now, pay later arrangements. That is what is the genesis of such a petition by Mr. Gishira. Honorable Speaker, the Committee on Finance and National Planning did consider this matter, tabled a report before this House, and part of the gaps that were identified in that report are issues to do with the regulatory framework on the buy now, pay later kind of schemes. And issues, Honorable Speaker, that touch on the complex nature of loan agreements, which our border riders are not able to internalize and comprehend. Issues that touch on consumer protection, and there were concerns regarding the transparency on responsible lending, complaints over the handling of debt collection, and those are the issues now we are talking about, Honorable Speaker. I'm saying, Honorable Speaker, I beg to take a different tangent, because we are now making this House a talk shop where we just talk and do nothing. And that is exactly what we are doing, Honorable Speaker. These border riders, many of them, Honorable Speaker, do not understand the agreements that they get into. And that is why the Committee on National Planning, Finance and National Planning, had specific recommendations on tightening the legal framework around it, Honorable Speaker. And I say this, Honorable Speaker, because the challenge now is on that particular committee. And the Committee on Implementation, chaired by the Honorable Raphael Wanjala, the member for Budalangi, who is the chair of the Implementation Committee. I would want to hear from the chairman of the Implementation Committee. What is it that he has done to make sure that the recommendations that were passed by the House on the buy now, pay later arrangements, including the actualization of a regulatory framework, has been done? Because the laws are there, but people are not being protected because people ignore the laws that are already in place. All these schemes, all these lending, predatory lenders, whether it's those who are named Mogo, Watu, and others who are lending to this border sector, were doing so by simply taking advantage of people who do not know. And therefore, we must ask the chair of the Implementation Committee to follow through each and every report of the House. What needs action? In fact, Honorable Speaker, you know, the genesis of this border business started from bicycles, not motorcycles, in Busia County, and also particularly in Budalangi. So I would expect the chair of the Implementation Committee to have taken this matter to heart. And actually, if there is a gap in the regulatory framework, I would have expected that he either gets the relevant authorities, whether it is Central Bank, whether it is the Ministry of Finance and National Planning, to bring that regulatory framework, whether it is in regulations, to further tighten the lending mechanisms, or maybe the member for Budalangi, as member for Budalangi, to bring us a standalone act bill that would come up with an act of parliament that protects these border riders. Otherwise, what we are doing, Honorable Speaker, now here is just speaking to the gallery, speaking to these border riders without offering them any help. And I dare say we are not offering them any help by just talking here and crying louder than the bereaved. We should be acting, and I want to challenge the chair of the Implementation Committee, follow through the recommendations of the Finance and National Planning Committee, because if they were followed through, we don't need to be talking about what we are talking about here this afternoon. Honorable Speaker, and I say this with immense respect to our border riders, again, they must be aware that they are being taken advantage of. I, in my own constituency, began a program called the Kikuyu Constituency Economic Empowerment Program. And we raised money to be able to get border riders motorbikes at better rates, actually at a discounted rate. But I am still confronted by people who have borrowed from these Mogos, Watus, and other predatory lenders. Therefore, we must also educate our people. And every time I am confronted with a question by my constituents who are border riders on such issues, I tell them, leave alone these predatory lenders. Come to the economic empowerment program that will give you at a discounted rate, at 80% or 60%, I think, of the value of that motorbike. But they will still go to these predatory lenders because they have very enticing terms in the beginning. Many of them, Honorable Speaker, have lost their lives because they are killed as people go for those borders. Then they go and sell them. Then they still claim the insurance compensation from the insurance company. And the rider doesn't even know that they can follow through on their insurance claims because the first 1 year probably is a predatory lender who paid for the premiums. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, I just wanted to beg that you indulge me to challenge the House and particularly the chair of the implementation committee. Honorable Chair, and you know from our House Business Committee this afternoon, you know why I'm particularly on the chair of the implementation committee, because this is one of the committees of this House that we build when we change our standing orders to be among the most powerful committees in the Republic of Kenya. But it has become moribund, completely moribund, completely. Yes, the third report of this committee, Honorable Chair, the fourth report, were here last week. The chair was missing, the vice chair was missing, not a single member of this implementation committee was in the House. This is why we are here, where we are, Honorable Speaker. Thank you.
Yes, Rafael Wanjala.
Honorable Speaker, you have heard the leader of majority claiming that the Committee of Implementation is not doing its work, and yet there are so many reports that are before this House. It was only unfortunate last week that I was going to bury my nephew, that I was not in the House. And Honorable Speaker, you know the status of my deputy. Possibly, I don't know why she could not be here. Maybe she was in this, she has a problem, you know it, I don't want to say it here.
Who is your deputy?
Rose Museo. Rose Museo.
Rose Museo is always here.
No, then she wasn't there that day, and I had assigned her, Honorable Speaker. So for us, missing that day does not mean the committee is not working. Yet we have lined up so many.
Rafael Wanjala.
Yes, Honorable Speaker.
The issue is that there is a report that mirrors what Mr. Kishira is asking us to do, with resolutions and far-reaching recommendations. It is incumbent upon your committee to ensure that there is a follow-up and implementation of what the House recommended. So you can look up that report and place it before your committee and get to the relevant state agencies and report back to the House what they have done. Number two, honorable members, this petition covers a wide range of issues. And for Majority Leader, over and above what Mr. Kishira is saying, I think you also need to engineer some form of legislation on regulation of the border sector, the protection of the riders, their right to their motorbikes, the predatory lenders that you are talking about. Actually, they are not lenders, they are Shylocks, because they literally steal from these fellows. And I know from where I sit, many, many young people who have been hijacked and killed and motorbikes disappeared. And no insurance ever owns up to this. So Angela, you have a basket full of issues to deal with and bring to the House. So I'll commit this petition to the Petitions Committee. And if it is true that the Finance Committee dealt with a similar petition, then I'll enjoin the Finance Committee. Yes, Sir George? Hold on, Angela.
Thank you very much. There is yet another petition. In fact, the report has been tabled where we have to look at the induplam rule from the consumer.
I'm aware of that.
Yes, the Consumer Protection Act. So as we do that, I think we need to extend this also to these unscrupulous money lenders, the Shylocks of borders, so that we tame them with some law, as we also look at how to regulate that industry, which is a little bit hazy. Thank you.
Majority Leader, what you probably should also check and inform the House is whether these were to credit, Mogo, and whatever they are called, whether they are licensed by Central Bank, and if they are, does Central Bank regulate them? If they are not licensed, how are they allowed to operate, lend money, harass, terrorize, and humiliate Kenyans, and get away with it? Yes, Majority Leader.
Honorable Speaker, that's why, and I agree with you, probably on getting the Finance and National Planning Committee enjoined in this particular petition, because part of the things that I see in their report, their draft report, they had actually highlighted just what you're saying. Some are not regulated by CBK, even the issues Honorable Sir George is speaking about on the question of the in-due-plum rule. They do not adhere at all. And they basically just take advantage of the lack of knowledge of many of their customers. Honorable Speaker, in closing, allow me to just, we may excuse the Honorable Raphael Wanjala because he was bereaved last week, but all the other members of the committee, when your chair is not around, any member of the committee can stand in his place and move a report on behalf of their chair or their vice chair. If Raphael is not there, if Honorable Rose Museu is not there, any other member of that implementation committee should be able to stand in their place and move reports of the committee. But again, for Honorable Raphael and the committee, it's incumbent that you follow through the recommendations as the Speaker has guided to make sure that if there are laws that we need to do, we do, so that we do not make this house a talking shop where we just come, talk, you know, we cry like those who are crying to us. That petition is a cry for help on behalf of many other people by Mr. Gishira, and we should not be crying, we should be giving solutions to those people. Thank you.
Yes, Wanjala.
Honorable Speaker, my committee also deals with the petitions. But now, this is where the confusion comes in. You have subjected to the petition committee and finance
There is
committee.
no confusion, Wanjala.
Now, if you would just have, because finance had dealt with it, you would just have committed that petition together with we get the finance and then the finance committee report and direct it to my committee so
You are far from the facts. You already have a report to follow up on implementation. This is a separate petition going to the petitions committee, and I'm directing that it be joined with the finance committee. When they finish their work, it will come to you to follow up on implementation. So you follow up on what already exists, and let's avoid making this house look like the biblical book of Lamentations was written with us in mind. Allow me, honorable members, to acknowledge in the Speaker's gallery Cheple Lachbei Junior School from Nandi Hills, Nandi, Gitinga Comprehensive School from Kieni in Nyeri, and Manyatta Comprehensive School from Kieni, Nyeri. I've been requested by the member for Nandi Hills to welcome students from his constituency. You can do so for the rest of us.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity to be able to invite and welcome all the students who are present here today, who have come to learn how the proceedings of Parliament are done. Welcome to the House of Record. This is where all the legislations are done, where the laws of this country is done. And of great specificity, Honorable Speaker, is Cheplelachpe Primary School. This is the school where I studied, Honorable Speaker, and as well from Standard 1 to Standard 8, and also there are some of the staff here in Parliament, like Mutahi Goin, all of us studied in this great school with so many other leaders of this country. And therefore, I want to encourage all of you students that you take this opportunity to learn so much so that in the near future, you will also be able to be in this house when we will not be there. So take your time to learn. Asanteni sana and welcome again.
You forgot to welcome the other schools also on my behalf and on behalf of the House.
I started with it, Honorable Speaker.
Yes, oh, yes. Sorry. We welcome all the students, their teachers, and those accompanying them to the House of Parliament. Next order.
Order number 5, papers.
Majority Leader.
Thank you, Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the House today, Tuesday, 18th August 2026. One, the explanatory memorandum in respect of the draft order gazetting the host country agreement. I'll take that again, Honorable Speaker. The explanatory memorandum in respect of the draft order gazetting the host country agreement between the government of the Republic of Kenya and Africa Finance Corporation from the Prime Cabinet Secretary and Cabinet Secretary for Foreign and Diaspora Affairs. Two, the quarterly economic and budgetary review reports in the 2025-2026 financial year from the National Treasury. Three, reports of the Auditor General and financial statements for the year ended 30th June 2024, 30th June 2025, and the certificates therein in respect of the following: Githurai Mixed Secondary School, Kiambu County; St. Mary's Girls Secondary School, Nakorok County; St. Maria Veronica Girls Secondary School, Nyeri County; Kiriti Girls Secondary School, Muranga County; AIC Mutongoini Girls Secondary School, Kitui County; Ngala Memorial Girls Secondary School, Kilifi; Oloiborsoit Girls Secondary School, Kajiado; Ilbisil Girls Secondary School, Kajiado County; and Kerio Boys Secondary School, Turkana County. Four, reports of the Auditor General and financial statements for the year ended 30th June 2025 and certificates therein in respect of the following: Malindi High School, Kilifi County; Naivasha Girls Secondary School, Nakuru County; Larmudia Mixed Day Secondary School, Nakuru County; St. Thomas Aquinas Kalawa Secondary School, Kitui County; Makwiny Boys High School, Makueni County; Ololaisa High School, Kajiado County; Mwani Girls High School, Makweny County; Kathiani Girls High School, Makweny County; St. Alfonansa Kisau Girls High School, Makueni; Barazani Girls Secondary School, Makweny County; Ngao Girls Secondary School, Tana River County; Kakamega School, Kakamega County; Mare Girls High School, Taita Taveta County; Kenyatta High School, Mwatate, Taita Taveta County; Goseta Boys Secondary School, Trans Nzoia County; and Mpeketoni Boys Secondary School, Lamu County. I thank you, Honorable Speaker, and I beg to lay.
Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Trade, Industry and Cooperatives.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the House today, Tuesday, 18th August 2026. Report on the Departmental Committee on Trade, Industry and Cooperatives on its consideration of the Business Laws Amendment Bill, Senate Bill number 51 of 2024. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Administration and Internal Security. Tongoyo.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the House today, the 8th August 2026. Report of the Departmental Committee on Administration and Internal Security on the approval hearing of the nominee for appointment as a chairperson of the Independent Policing Oversight Authority, IPOA. I submit, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Labor. Ken Chonga.
Thank you, Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the House today, Tuesday, 18th August 2026. Report on the Departmental Committee on Labor on the approval hearing of a nominee for the appointment as a member of the Public Service Commission. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Next order.
Order number 6, notices of motion.
Chair, Administration and Internal Security, Tongoyo.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Once again, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to give the notice of the following motion that taking into consideration the findings of the Departmental Committee on Administration and Internal Security in its report on the approval hearing of a nominee for appointment as the chairperson of Independent Policing Oversight Authority, laid on the table of the House on the Tuesday, 18th August 2026, and pursuant to the provision of Article 252B of the Constitution and Section 3 and 8 of the Public Appointment Parliamentary Approval Act, Cap 7F, this House approved the appointment of Dr. Duncan Oburu Ojwang as the chairperson of Independent Policing Oversight Authority.
Thank you. Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Labor.
Thank you, Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to give notice of the following motion. That, taking into consideration the findings of the Departmental Committee on Labor in its report on the approval hearing of a nominee for appointment as a member of the Public Service Commission laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, 18th August 2026, and pursuant to the provisions of Article 250, subsection 2, subsection B of the Constitution, and Section 3 and Section 8 of the Public Appointments Parliamentary Approval Act, Cap 7, this House approves the appointment of Ms. Flora Nduku Mutua as a member of the Public Service Commission. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, honorable members. In the public gallery, we have St. Matthew's Mormotua School from Igembe, North Meru, and Disciples of Mercy School from Kisumu West, Kisumu. On my behalf and on behalf of the House, we welcome the students, their teachers, and those accompanying them to Parliament. Next order.
Order number 7, questions and statements.
Dorothy Kiara. Dorothy Kiara.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 44.2c, I wish to request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Transport and Infrastructure regarding the status of stored and pending road projects in North Imenti constituency. Honorable Speaker, the dual carriage from Ngunyi to Meru ASK Showground and from Meru Makutano Trading Center to Maua Kidhoka Junction, the Geaki Kaguma Kariane Road forming part of the Coca-Cola Kidhaku Kithirone Kariane Kaguma Geaki Road and the Kidhoka Junction to Kwantege section are either stored, remained pending, or are yet to be reclassified. These loans are critical transport links serving residential areas, trading centers, and agricultural communities within North Imenti constituency. The delays have resulted in poor road conditions, limited access to markets and essential public services, and constrained economic activity. Honorable Speaker, it is against this background that I request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Transport and Infrastructure on the following. 1. The status of the construction of the dual carriage from Ngunyi to Meru ASK Showground and from Meru Makutano Trading Center to Maua Kidhoka Junction, including the amount of funds allocated for the project and the timelines for completion. 2, the status of construction of the Geaki Kaguma Kariane Road, which forms part of the Coca-Cola Kidhaku Kithirone Kariane Kaguma Geaki Road, and whose construction commenced in 2017 but has since stalled, including the amount allocated and the timelines for completion of the affected section. And 3, the reasons for the delayed reclassification of the Kidhaku Junction to Kwantege Road from the Kenya Rural Roads Authority, KERA, road network to the Kenya National Highway Authority, KENA, and the timelines for its completion of construction, noting that only a 3-kilometer section has been constructed under KERA. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Chair, Transport and Infrastructure. Any member of the committee? Majority Leader, Transport and Infrastructure should respond to this after recess. Mary Maingi. Honorable Mary Maingi. I thought, oh, that's to be responded to. Okay. Agriculture, is the chair agriculture here? Yes. You are a member?
Yes.
And you have the response?
Yes.
I don't see Mary Maingi in the house. I saw her walk in. Just hold, we'll deal with the... Yes, come, Kate.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, some time back, almost 1.5 months now, I made a request for a statement on the matter of equalization fund. And up to now, I have not been able to get the statement. I am apprehensive that we may be soon be proceeding on recess without that response. And Mr. Speaker, I could see...
It was to which committee?
The Committee on Finance.
Finance.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. And I was seeing in the earlier order paper that there was a bill on equalization fund, a preparations bill for the current financial year. But, Mr. Speaker, there is a problem with the equalization fund. And I believe this is why this statement is not coming. And that's why...
Just ask when you will get a response. Stop debating.
Mr. Speaker, what I'm expressing is a concern.
You requested for a statement?
Yes.
It has not come for 1.5 months. I want to direct the Committee of Finance. I don't see the chair. McClap, you are a member. Ariko, you are a member. I saw the two here. McClap? Yes, Julius, can you bring a response to Kamket's request for a statement on equalization fund by Thursday this week? He says it has been packing for the last 1.5 months.
Mr. Speaker, let me, on behalf of my committee, take on that one and ensure that we make a
Bring
report
a response on Thursday this week.
Thank you.
Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Julius. Honorable Sunguli.
Mr. Speaker, the question by Honorable Kamket is actually very valid. You remember when you hosted us in Naivasha and the minister came, I asked a question about equalization fund to the effect that, where is the money? Is it actually ring-fenced? Because now we are passing the 2026 bill. We had passed the one of last year. We have not even implemented a cent. Can the chairman then of that committee tell us, what is it about equalization fund? Is it really equalizing, or are we just churning out bills that are not being implemented?
Interrogate the statement response on Thursday.
Speaker.
Yes, Kamket.
Mr. Speaker, just for your information, Mr. Speaker, for the information of the House, Mr. Speaker. The Speaker on the chair, when I requested the statement, there was a lot of interest on this matter. And the Speaker made a ruling that the chairperson not only brings a statement, but the minister himself, plus the Treasury, must appear before as a committee of the whole House. So that, because this matter is touching on so many counties. And the matter is from the county governors have made a lot of bad mistakes on this matter. And we want to correct it before
there are no good mistakes.
Before they have made mistakes, yes. Before we begin implementing, Mr. Speaker, before we begin implementing any other bill, the first issue must be addressed. And that's why this matter, I do not want, Mr. Speaker, the chairperson or an ordinary member. We want the minister himself, like it was ruled by the speaker who was on the chair at that time. It's a very serious matter. It's about finances that are supposed to go to the ground and help Mwananchi to bring them up to speed with the rest of the Kenyans, Mr. Speaker.
Point made.
Yes.
Yes, Naisula.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. On the same issue, I would also recommend a way forward that even as he gets the statement on Thursday, Mr. Speaker, through your able office, the finance CS to come before this house, I don't know, it's the House of the Whole or Kamkunji, we address the issue of equalization fund, Mr. Speaker, with all members present. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Before we go on recess.
So, Kamke, do I hear you that you are in fact not interested in the statement response coming here on Thursday? You want it to be prosecuted before the Finance Committee?
No, here.
If I am interested in justice for the people of Kenya.
Just answer the question I asked you. I'm sure you are not interested in any injustice. Do you want the response to come to the Finance Committee and you prosecute everything there? Then I direct the minister to appear before the Finance Committee? Or you want a response to come to the plenary?
If it is possible for the minister to appear before plenary, the better. And
Majority Leader, when have you scheduled the Finance Minister to appear here?
Mr. Speaker, let us not depend on a schedule. Let the minister be compared.
Order, Kamket. Order. Utaratibu, ndugu yangu. Utaratibu. Yes. Yes, Bukose.
Mr. Speaker, without anticipating debate, when you look at the order paper, we have the equalization fund coming. And last week, majority of the feeling of the House was that this bill will fail. My request is that if it is possible, we step it down, have the Cabinet Secretary address the issues before we can be able to discuss that bill, because it will be able to...
That has already been done. Okay. There is a supplementary order paper where that bill and its subsequent appearance at the Committee of the Whole have been stepped down.
Okay, thank you.
Majority Leader, are you able to get the Cabinet Secretary for Treasury?
Honorable Speaker, considering we had already two cabinet secretaries lined up this
tomorrow.
Week, next week we had no indication because we had only one issue. Probably we could get him to appear just immediately after recess.
Yes. We can do that. Alternatively,
we stand down the bill for now.
Check on the availability of the minister. I can give you a Kamkunji for 1 hour on Thursday morning.
Yes, I can get in touch with him.
I can give you a Kamkunji for 1 hour on Thursday morning. Those interested in this issue, the Majority Leader is directed to get the Finance and Treasury Secretary here on Thursday at 10 o'clock for 1 hour.
Most obliged.
Thank you. Naisula?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 44-2C, I wish to request for a statement from the Chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Energy regarding the persistent power outage in Samburu West constituency, including Maralal Town. Honorable Speaker, for the past year, residents of Samburu West constituency, particularly Maralal Town and its environs, have experienced frequent and prolonged power outages. The outages occur without any prior notice, explanation, or projected timelines for restoration. The situation has been attributed due to the delay in operationalization of the Rumuruti substation. The persistent power outages, coupled with the lack of communication from Kenya Power and Lighting Company, KPLC, constitutes a clear violation of the legal obligations set forth in the Energy Act, Cap 225. Further, under the Consumer Protection Act, Cap 501, consumers have a right to fair service delivery and are entitled to seek compensation where economic losses arise from negligence or disruption in utility services. Honorable Speaker, it is against this background that I request for a statement from the Chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Energy on the following. 1. The status of operationalization of the Rumuruti substation, including the reasons for the delay. 2, the expected timeline for the completion and commissioning of the Rumuruti substation. 3, any alternatives or strategic partnerships being explored by the ministry to provide Samburu West constituency with supplementary or backup power sources to mitigate the effects of power outages in future? And lastly, Mr. Speaker, whether there are any plans, if any, by the ministry to compensate affected residents and businesses for the losses occasioned by perennial power outages. I do thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Gikaria,
Thank you, Honorable
are
Speaker.
you able to bring a response next week?
Within a week, yes, Honorable Speaker.
So
I should be bringing the response.
Tuesday next week?
Tuesday next week.
Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Is Mary Maingi back in the house? Yes, Mary. Osero, go ahead and respond to the plight of rice farmers in Mwea.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On behalf of the Chairman, Departmental Committee of Agriculture and Livestock, I beg to give this response to the question requested by Honorable Mary Maingi, member for Mwea constituency, regarding the plight of rice farmers in Mwea. Mr. Speaker, in response, the reasons for the decision by the government choosing to import rice other than purchasing directly from the Kenyan farmers who already have sufficient rice. Kenya's annual rice consumption is estimated at over 1 million metric tons, while domestic production ranges between 150,000 to 230,000 metric tons. In the year 2024-25, the total rice production locally was estimated at 303 metric tons of paddy, against an annual demand of 1.8 million metric tons. The quantity of rice produced locally was insufficient to meet the quantity demanded. National rice demand significantly exceeds domestic production capacity, creating a deficit that cannot be met through local production. The local production satisfies only 15 to 23% of national demand, necessitating imports to bridge the deficit, safeguard national food security, stabilize domestic supply, and cushion customers from price hikes. This structural imbalance has made rice imports an important component of Kenya's food supply strategy during periods of increased demand or production shortfalls. Kenya's rice import market is predominated by non-basmati rice, which acts as a high-volume, budget-friendly, stable, while basmati Pishori rice is for high-end consumers and forms the bulk of what is produced locally. The dynamics between these two categories come down to price sensitivity, aromatic distinctiveness, and target market audience. Freshly harvested paddy contains high moisture and must be sun-dried or machine-dried down to save moisture levels of between 12 to 14% to prevent rotting, fungal growth, breakage during milling. This takes some 1 to 2 months after harvesting, necessitating importation even during harvest. 2, measures being put to forestall the scale of counterfeit import rice in supermarkets under the guise of Mwea Pishori. The government, through relevant institutions such as the Kenya Bureau of Standards, Anti-Counterfeit Authority, and Agriculture Food Authority, AFA, has put in place several measures to curb the sale of imported rice falsely branded and marketed as Pishori Mwea rice. The measures are both regulatory and market-based, are not intended to protect consumers, and are intended to protect consumers from malpractices and safeguard the good reputation of Mwea Pishori rice while ensuring fair competition for local rice traders. They include surveillance and inspections. That is number 1. Regulatory agencies, in collaboration with county enforcement officers, conduct routine inspections of supermarkets, wholesalers, and retail outlets to identify and remove falsely labeled rice products. 2, the revision of Kenya Pishori milled rice standards, KS 2087-2024. The specification for Pishori rice was revised this year to ensure that imported rice is not marketed under the guise of Mwea Pishori. The Kenya Bureau of Standards officially adopted the revised standard 2087-2024 that is Kenya Pishori milled rice specification, on July 16th, 2024, specifically to eliminate deceptive marketing and protect the authenticity of authentic Mwea Pishori rice. Enforcement and labeling and traceability requirements. The government, through Standard Technical Committee TC001, has developed labeling of prepackaged food standards, general requirements KS-EAS 38/2024, which require traders to accurately label all commodities traded in the country, including name of the produce, grade, crop, year, batch number, destination if imported, and country of origin for imported grain, and declaration of its GMO status, weight in kilograms, and a declaration as food for human consumption and storage instructions. Certification and quality assurance. Genuine Mwea Pishori rice is increasingly marketed through certified producer organizations, millers, and cooperatives that maintain quality control systems and traceability records, helping to authenticate the origin and reduce opportunities for counterfeiting. Enforcement of consumer protection and standard laws. Businesses found misrepresenting imported rice as Mwea Pishori are subject to penalties under relevant consumer protection, food standards, and trade regulations, including product seizures, fines, suspensions of licenses, or prosecution. Consumer awareness campaigns. Public awareness program educate consumers on the distinguished characteristics of authentic Mwea Pishori rice, including aroma, grain quality, packaging features, and approved sources of purchase, so that consumers are less likely to be misled by counterfeit products. 3, steps being taken to cause Kenya National Trading Corporation to purchase the rice currently held in farmer stores in Mwea and pay for the stocks already received. Response, the Ministry of Agriculture and Livestock, through the AFA, Agriculture and Food Authority, works in close collaboration with the Ministry of Investment, Trade and Industry, under which the Kenya National Trading Corporation falls. AFA and KNTC pay regular joint visits to rice growing areas to ensure that the local imports are cleared. The government has launched a major marketing invention to clear over 60,000 bags of Mwea rice, with Kenya National Trading Corporation committing to purchase locally produced rice. By 15th of July 2026, KNTC had ordered 50,000 bags of 50 kg each and mopped up more than 30,320 bags of milled rice valued at over 233 million from Mwea Rice Growers Multipurpose Cooperative Society, and 10,000 bags from farmers. Mopping up is a continuous activity as the rice is milled. Additionally, NCPB has also purchased 70,000 bags of 50 kilos each of locally produced paddy in 2025-2026. This exercise must not be confused with the production of sufficient rice to meet national demand. As set out above, Kenya, as a COMESA member with a domestic production deficit, will continue to require rice imports to supplement local supply. The government will therefore continue to protect and expand local rice production, including KNTC mopping exercise, while continuing to permit, where necessary, facilitate importation of rice to meet the shortfall between the national demand and local supply. Protection mechanism. One is custom import duty. The government imposes 35% import duty on imported rice under EACC's common external tariff on sensitive commodities, of which rice is one of the remaining consistent, which Kenya's COMESA trade commitments.
How much more to go, Zero? It's too long. Paraphrase.
I think let me just read the conclusion.
Yes.
Yes. Conclusion, taken over, these measures are intended to progressively narrow the gap between local production, national demand. However, given Kenya's production levels and its obligations as a COMESA member, importation will remain a necessary component of the country's rice supply strategy for the foreseeable future, even as the government continues to support Mwea farmers through KNTC mopping exercise. I submit.
Maingi. Mary Maingi. If you are satisfied, you let it lie there.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And yes, I am satisfied.
Thank you. Honorable members, we have in the Speaker's Gallery, M.M. Shah Junior School from Kisumu Central, Kisumu. On my behalf and on behalf of the House, we welcome the students, their teachers, and those accompanying them to the House of Parliament. Next. Yes, yes, Oundo.
Honorable Speaker, just before we went for the recess that we resumed recently, we raised concerns about delayed response to requests for statements and questions, and requested us to do letters to your office so that you can see what you can do. I did a letter dated 27th, I think, July, which was delivered to your office, and these statements have been pending some since last year, Honorable Speaker. I don't know what measures you can do as a House so that we expedite, because sometimes we ask these questions specifically to address an emergent issue. If it takes 8 months for the response to come, then honestly speaking, it becomes overtaken by events. We need to find a way to expedite the solution of these matters, rest on behalf of the people who sent us here to represent them. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Lotte, same thing?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. I am actually rising on the same thing because mine has actually been pending since April 9th. And I remember you asked us to do the statement, which I did. And even last week, Mr. Speaker, I asked the same question and I was given assurance that it's going to be responded to. Unless something is done, Mr. Speaker, we will not know when these questions are going to be responded to. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I directed that those protest notes be forwarded to the majority leader's office. Owen Bayer, you should check, compile a list, and furnish that list with the reasons of the delay to the House on Thursday. Give Owen.
Much obliged, Honourable Speaker. On Thursday, we'll do as you requested. Thank you.
Excellent. And get your committee chairs who respond to these statements also to attend the House. Some have responses, but they don't come to the House to give them. Next order.
Order number 8, the Air Passenger Service Charge Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 56 of 2026, first reading. A bill for an act of parliament to amend the Passenger Service Charge Act and for connected purposes. Order number 9, motion. 9th report on the audited financial statements for various state corporations.
Wango, is this yours? Go ahead.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that this House adopts the 9th report of the Public Investments Committee on Social Services, Administration and Agriculture on its examination of the financial statements of the following state corporations laid on the table of the House on Thursday, 2nd April 2026. 1, Kenya Medical Supplies Authority for the financial years 2021-2022, Agriculture and Food Authority for the financial years 2014-15, 2015-16, 16-17, 17-18, 18-19, 19-20, 2020-21, 21-22, 22-23, and 23-24. Agriculture and Food Authority for the financial years 2014-15, sorry, that's the same. The Tea Board of Kenya for the financial years 2021-22, 2022-23, 2023-24, and 2024-25. National Social Security Fund for the financial year 2024-25. National Hospital Insurance Fund, in brackets Social Health Authority, for the financial years 2021-22, 2022-23, 2023-24, and 2024-25. And finally, Kenya Plant Health Inspectorate Services for the financial years 2017-18, 2018-19, 2019-20, 2020-21, 2021-22, 2022-23, 23-24, and 24-25. Honorable Speaker, allow me to put to the House that we relied on several instruments, Honorable Speaker, to prepare the report that I would want to move the House to. And key on this instrument, Honorable Speaker, is the Constitution of Kenya, the Public Finance Management Act, the Public Audit Act, the State Corporations Act 1986, the Public Procurement and Asset Disposal Act of 2015, the National Assembly Standing Orders, and the National Assembly Powers and Privileges Act of 2017. Honorable Speaker, allow me to separate the two issues that I would want to move this House, Honorable Speaker. The first is I'll use the general observations cutting across the various agencies as mentioned above. And Honorable Speaker, I will then narrow down to the specific agency as per the observations and recommendations of my committee, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, cross-cutting issues that we came across, which cuts across all the 7 agencies, Honorable Speaker, was the lack of possession of ownership documents on land and buildings. Honorable Speaker, all the 7 agencies, Honorable Speaker, cutting across the Kenya Medical Supplies Agency, Agriculture and Food Authority, National Social Security Fund, Social Health Authority, Honorable Speaker, the Kenya Plant Inspectorate Services, that's KEFIS, had issues to do with the parcels of land spread across the country. However, Honorable Speaker, the documents were missing for various parcels of land that had ownership disputes, while others had other issues or had their land grabbed, encroached, or denied access by the institutions and the adjacent organizations, Honorable Speaker. We therefore did a recommendation as follows. The Honorable Speaker, within 6 months upon adoption of this report, the National Assembly Departmental Committee on Lands should conduct a comprehensive inquiry into the ownership of the parcels of land owned by ministries, departments, and agencies. The objective of this, Honorable Speaker, shall be to inquire that all public land based in the respect government entities with legal title and possession. Honorable Speaker, we felt that also the departmental committee should propose a bill to be enacted in this National Assembly, which shall provide for 3 things, Honorable Speaker. 1, vesting the custody of all public land title deeds in the National Treasury, and 2, comprehensive land register for all public lands that shall always be maintained in the National Treasury with the regular updates when necessary, and 3, protective clauses under the Act and a national anti-corruption framework to ensure safeguards against encroachment on public land. Honorable Speaker, the National Assembly through the National Treasury, through this House, shall also, Honorable Speaker, and should be made to allocate adequate resources, Honorable Speaker, in form of money to the Departmental Committee on Lands, the Ministry of, to the Departmental Committee, that's through the House, but the Ministry of Lands, Public Works, Housing and Urban Development, and the National Lands Commission to facilitate this inquiry. Honorable Speaker, the other issue that cuts across was the issue to do with delay in availing documents to the Auditor General. Honorable Speaker, Kenya Medical Supplies Agency and AFA Agriculture and Food Authority failed to avail complete and reconcile financial and accounting records, documentation in time for audit review, and verification during the audit exercise, leading to unnecessary queries. Honorable Speaker, you find that these agencies had the documents, but those documents, when they were invited for audit, they did not submit the documents on time. But when they came before us, Honorable Speaker, these documents were very much available and the corporation was compliant. But now the question is, why should we wait until when you appear before the House is when you present your documents? This is contrary, Honorable Speaker, to Article 226 of the Constitution and Section 68, Part 2 of the PFM Act 2012, which requires that the financial and accounting records are presented within 3 months after the close of the financial year. Section 62, Madam Speaker, of the Public Audit Act 2015 obligates accounting officers to provide required documents for audit, failure to which they be sanctioned. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, we felt it's important that these agencies, especially the accounting officers, should observe making sure that the documents are delivered on time, not to wait for review, so that they rush and bring the documents to Parliament. Honorable Speaker, our recommendations were that the accounting officers should always comply with the provisions of Section 68, subsection 2 of the Public Finance Management Act 2012, and always submit all the required information for audit within the stipulated timelines. But number 2, we also felt as a recommendation that the accounting officer who fails to provide required information for audit pursuant to Section 62, subsection 1 of the Public Audit Act, Cap 412B, should be prosecuted for the offense pursuant to Section 62, Part 2 of the Public Audit Act, Cap 412, Part B. Honorable Speaker, we also had a cross-cutting issue on delayed accountability of interest. Madam Speaker, the committee noted that some state corporations were in breach of Section 71 of the Public Finance Management Act, Cap 412A, and the attendant regulations that require surrender of interest within 7 days upon conclusion of the assignment for which the said interest was issued. For instance, Madam Speaker, there was unsurrendered interest in the books of Agriculture and Food Authority of Kenya shillings 1,497,805 from the defunct Coffee Board of Kenya, which had been outstanding since 2013, contrary to Section 71, subsection 4 of the Public Finance Management Act. Madam Speaker, the National Hospital Insurance Fund, currently SHA, employees had temporary interest amounting to Kenya shillings 3,873,310, which remained unsurrendered for more than 1 year, contrary to Regulation 93, Part 5 of the Public Finance Management National Government Regulations 2015, which also calls on or requires that within 7 working days after returning to duty station, one must surrender the interest. Honorable Speaker, my committee recommends as follows: that the accounting officer should always ensure interest advanced to officers is surrendered within the stipulated period of 7 days after return to the workstation in accordance with Section 93 of the Public Finance Management National Government Regulations 2015. Number 2, we also recommend that within 6 months of the adoption of this report, the accounting officers who will have failed to take necessary steps to ensure that all outstanding interest within their jurisdictions are recovered from the debt should be surcharged the full amount due. Honorable Speaker, this money is always given by the accounting officers. So if an accounting officer is not collecting the money and he keeps on giving more interest to the same staff, Madam Speaker, we felt that instead of us now surcharging the staff who is holding, let the accounting officer who went ahead and gave this additional money be surcharged for that offense, Madam Speaker. The accounting officer should also submit status report with evidence of recovery to the Auditor General for audit and reporting in the current cycle. Madam Speaker, we gave a caveat that we allow the accounting officer to make sure that within this audit cycle, now that most of these organizations, Madam Speaker, are very current, this report touches on 2024-25. Now this audit review cycle which is going on, let the Auditor General also audit plus an addendum to that effect that the interest was now surrendered. Madam Speaker, the fourth item that cross-cuts across is the long outstanding receivables. Madam Speaker, the committee noted with concern these agencies experience challenges in recovering the outstanding debts. They are really owed, Madam Speaker, whereas they come to the House complaining and asking for more money, but they have money in form of what is owed to them. This was also coupled with lack of collection or recovery mechanisms, and which we identified that whereas, Madam Speaker, these agencies are owed money, they have no collection mechanisms, they have no recovery mechanisms, and even their attempt to recover the money is not really forthcoming. Lack of effective debt management policies, poor record systems, Madam Speaker, where agencies do not even have full records to really follow up on the claim or the debt that they are supposed to recover, and coordination between the debtors and the recipient entities. Madam Speaker, asking the accounting officer to give an accountability on how this debt arose. Some agencies are difficult in reconciliation. For instance, Madam Speaker, Kenya Medical Supplies Authority had a long outstanding receivable amount. Madam Speaker, agencies owe KEMSA 399,326,318, which have been outstanding for more than 360 days. They are owed this huge amount, and Madam Speaker, when you look at the way they are supposed to trace to collect this money, the mechanisms were not really very clear. In addition, Kenya Plant Health Inspectorate Services, KEFIS, failed to provide justification for the failure to recover long outstanding debts amounting to 17,828,460, despite the respective client accounts remaining active, rendering the validity and recoverability of these receivables doubtful. Madam Speaker, this agency, KEFIS, offers very vital service, especially at our border points. But when it comes to, Honorable Speaker, stopping the supplies for the sake of recovery of the money, and yet it's a public entity, it becomes a problem. But now, Madam Speaker, what happens is, whereas it's public, documentation towards the collection of this recoverability of this money is the main issue. What do we recommend, Honorable Speaker? We did recommend that the accounting officers should ensure that there are proper and robust debt collection mechanisms, effective debt management policies, and proper system for recovering the debt. Let our agencies embrace the technology to recover or maintain their collection, the receivables all through, from the time they incurred to the time they are recovered. Madam Speaker, the second issue we recommended was, within 3 months, upon adoption of this report, let all the entities with outstanding receivables initiate recoveries within the statutory provisions and identify any such debts that would be deemed irrecoverable, justification for the costs, prepare a report on the same, have it approved internally by the board, and forwarded to the National Treasury for approval of the write-offs. A copy of such reports should be submitted to the National Treasury and Auditor General for review. Madam Speaker, most of the agencies are hiding into the notion that they should not sue each other. Instead, they want to say that the government has recommended not to sue each other for the purpose of collection, but they are not imploring upon each other to use alternative mechanism, dispute mechanism resolution methods, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the fifth issue that cuts across is the issue on long outstanding payables. These are pending bills. Madam Speaker, pending bills is a big issue. We found that most of these agencies across are owed, and they also owe other corporations. We noted that PFM Act Cap 412, 412R provides that any pending bills form the first charge in the subsequent financial year budget. Some state corporations experienced challenges, Madam Speaker, and therefore they were not able to prioritize paying the outstanding debts. This was occasioned by poor budgetary, and when you look at them, the auditors has picked up the issue of poor budgetary controls and lack of proper documentation to support their payables. They don't keep proper records in that respect, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the committee observed that Kenya Plant Health Inspectorate Services, KEFIS, had trade creditors amounting to 4,977,540, which had remained outstanding for over 1 year, with no evidence provided on measures taken by management to settle these obligations. Such prolonged delays, Madam Speaker, in settling payables exposed the institution to financial, operational, and legal risks, erode supplier confidence, and demonstrate the weakness in liquidity management and internal financial controls. Confidence, Madam Speaker, is very important, and when your trading partners lose confidence in you, it becomes an issue. Madam Speaker, AFA, Agriculture and Food Authority, had long outstanding trade payables amounting to Kenya shillings 536,048,131, with dating back to the years 2011, and thus their existence and genuineness may not be verifiable. Madam Speaker, owing other corporations 536 million is such a huge amount. It doesn't matter how much you are collecting, but this amount exposes the organization to various litigations, erodes trading confidence, and, Madam Speaker, creates unnecessary hikes in the existence relationship between yourself and other corporations. Madam Speaker, we did make the following recommendations: that within 3 months upon adoption of this report, all the entries affected with outstanding payables should prepare a report detailing how the payables arose, reasons for non-payment, measures taken to repay. So that, Madam Speaker, they must comply with the law. Whichever way they look at it, they are in existence. They are either earning their budgets from the exchequer or A&A, Madam Speaker, meaning their budgets must all be aligned to the outstanding debts that they have. Therefore, they should not afford to go or proceed without settling the pending bills. Madam Speaker, the last issue which we noted that was cutting across the corporations was non-compliance with the 1/3 of basic salary rule. Madam Speaker, most of these agencies do not comply with the 1/3 basic salary rule, whereby most of them have their staff drawing salaries beyond the 1/3. Madam Speaker, this is contrary to the provisions of Section 19, subsection 3 of the Employment Act 2007, which requires that deductions made by an employer from the wages of his employee at any one time shall not exceed 2/3 of such wages. Madam Speaker, I want to set an example here. T-Board of Kenya had 5 employees who received a net salary of less than 1/3 of the basic salary, and 4 employees received nil salary, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, it doesn't matter how how the salary looks like, but this rule must be respected, Madam Speaker. If you employ somebody who earns nil salary, the possibility, Madam Speaker, of that person relying on corrupt means is very possible. So, Madam Speaker, this is an issue that is very serious, an issue that we noted, and we really implored on the T-Board of Kenya to make sure that they can no longer afford to have an employee, 4 of them in number, who did not have any figure on their pay slip. This is unheard of, but it's a reality. It's in the audit books, Madam Speaker. This contravenes Section 19(3), Part 3 of the Employment Act 2007, and, Madam Speaker, it has to be respected at all costs. Madam Speaker, 452 NHIF/share employees under a net salary of less than 1/3 of the basic salary, contrary to the same section. And, Madam Speaker, the deductions were made by the employer from the wages of these employees at one time, and shall not exceed did exceed the 2/3 wage rule. Madam Speaker, this is a big corporation at that time to have afforded 452 employees who earned their salary below the 1/3 rule. What did we recommend, Madam Speaker? We did recommend that within 3 months upon adoption of this report, the accounting officer should submit to the National Assembly documented measures undertaken to strengthen payroll controls through automated payroll validation, checks designed to flag any salary processing that violates the 1/3 rule prior to disbursement. This conclusion recommendation, Madam Speaker, was reached at because these 2 agencies felt like their systems were the main issue. They had issues with the system, especially the payroll systems, which could allow negative salaries, and that cannot be used as an excuse. If that is the case, then, Madam Speaker, let this recommendation deter and protect or make sure these two agencies now respect the rule of law. Madam Speaker, allow me at this juncture now to move the House to the specific agencies on the issues that we noted in the accounts for these financial years. Madam Speaker, I want to look at the issue of Kenya medical supplies, especially issues raised in the financial year 2021-2022, which, Honorable Speaker, more ranges from the issue on inventory variance as the issue number one. Honorable Speaker, the committee observed in the books of KEMSA that the reported inventory balance did not correspond to the figures in the supporting schedules, resulting in an explained difference of 4,588,479.47 shillings. Honorable Speaker, we also noted that there were discrepancies amounting to 405,945,758 for core financing commodities as reported in the financial statement and the supporting schedules. The third issue, Honorable Speaker, we noted was that medical commodities with undetermined values relating to 500,712 units were omitted from the inventory records, contrary to Regulation 140 of the PFM National Government Regulations 2015, which states that accounting officers shall be responsible for the general management of government inventories held within their control. What were our recommendations, Honorable Speaker, upon looking at these observations? Within 3 months upon adoption of this report, Madam Speaker, let the accounting officer submit to the Auditor General accountable documents and other inventory records to account for the unexplained difference of 4,588,479.47 and the 405,945,758 variance in respect of co-financing. The Auditor General should review and report in the subsequent audit cycle. Madam Speaker, it's because these documents were made available to us, and the only authority in this country which can validate these documents is through the audit process, and that is why we could not adopt this document, this as it is, but recommend that the Auditor General picks it and now pulls the whole figures into the next audit cycle. Part two, we felt that the accounting officer should at all times comply with Regulation 140 of the PFM National Government Regulation 2015. Honorable Speaker, documentation is very, very sensitive, is cardinal, is key to every organization. Honorable Speaker, allow me to pick one item from the Agriculture and Food Authority in financial year 2023-24, which was variance between revenue and exchange transactions and amount reflected on e-citizen platform. Honorable Speaker, these were the observations on that audit query. The committee observed a significant variance between the levies, fines and penalties, and licenses and permits revenue totaling to Kenya shillings 2,946,495,000 as reported in the financial statement, and Kenya shillings 2,370,423,690 reflected on the e-citizen platform. Further, Kenya shillings 2,370,423,691 collected through the e-citizen system. Only Kenya shillings 2,326,450,698 was transferred to AFA, Food and Agriculture Food and Authority, leaving an explained balance of 62,784,313 that was not remitted by the National Treasury during the year under review. Consequently, the accuracy of this statement, Honorable Speaker, was not reflected. Honorable Speaker, the second issue that we noted as an observation by the committee is that the only action taken by management of the authority was the issuance of request letter to the PS National Treasury, seeking release of the outstanding 62,784,313. However, there was no evidence adduced to the committee to provide for demonstration any response, follow-up action, or commitment from the National Treasury. Madam Speaker, this was only a one-way communication, which we could not ascertain whether it was true that the communication was complete. What was our recommendation, Madam Speaker? Madam Speaker, our recommendation is that within 3 months of the adoption of this report, the accounting officer to undertake comprehensive reconciliation of all revenues collected through the e-citizen platform since its inception against the amounts recorded in the authority's financial statements. This reconciliation should be jointly undertaken by the AFA, Finance Department, the e-citizen platform administrators, and the National Treasury. The resultant reconciliation documentation should be submitted to the National Assembly and to the Auditor General for review within the stated time frame. Madam Speaker, the second recommendation is within 3 months of adoption of this report, the accounting officer should develop documents and submit to the National Assembly and to the Auditor General a detailed framework of measures instituted to strengthen revenue reporting and monitoring controls. These measures should include, but not limited to, 1, monthly revenue reconciliation procedures, automated integration between AFA systems and the e-citizen platform, and exceptional reporting for unremitted amounts. These controls, Madam Speaker, should aim at enhancing accuracy, improving transparency, and preventing revenue discrepancies. Madam Speaker, allow me to cite the issues that the committee noted on the T-Board of Kenya, especially in financial year 2022-23. The committee noted that the board did not have enabling regulations. The T Act, Madam Speaker, faced legal challenges and suspended key provisions of the Act, and therefore the regulations could not be gazetted to operationalize the Act. Madam Speaker, the recommendation, this was at that time of the year, looking at the year under review. The committee recommended that within 3 months upon adoption of this report, the accounting officer, in collaboration with the Cabinet Secretary, Minister of Agriculture and Livestock, to develop, and together with the Attorney General, to fast-track the finalization of the tea regulations. Madam Speaker, the final issue I would want to look into specific is the unachieved performance targets by National Social Security Fund for the financial years 2024-2025. The committee observed that there was underperformance of income against the approved budget, indicated unrealistic or over-optimistic revenue projections. The fund based its projections of revenue and expenditure on weak assumptions and hence substantially unachieved the targets. Honorable Speaker, the recommendation was that the committee recommended that management to develop and implement a robust performance improvement plan with the specific timelines for addressing underperformance in each key performance indicators KPI by intensifying member registration drives and invest in customer experience improvement initiatives. The progress should be submitted to the National Assembly and the Auditor General for review on compliance. Madam Speaker, the last issue is the issue on Kenya Plant Health Inspectorate for the years 2023-24, where the officer was in acting position beyond the stipulated time period. Madam Speaker, the committee observed that 5 members of staff served in acting capacities beyond the allowable duration of 6 months, with 1 officer having acted for over 4 years. This contravenes, Madam Speaker, Section 34, Part 3 of the Public Service Commission Act, Cap 185, which requires that an officer may be appointed in an acting capacity for a period not exceeding 6 months. 2, there was no evidence of the board approval for these extended acting appointments, that were provided for audit review. This raises concern regarding adherence to established human resource governance frameworks and expose the institution to risk related to accountability, succession planning, and equitable staff progression. Madam Speaker, the committee recommended, and on this one it reprimanded the then acting officer for breach of Section 34, subsection 3 of the Public Service Commission Act, Cap 185. With those many observations, Madam Speaker, allow me at the last end to thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving the committee very, very supportive hand in terms of preparation of this report. I want to thank the Office of the Clerk, Madam Speaker, for supporting staff that really helped the committee to achieve and arrive at this elaborate report. And Madam Speaker, also allow me to thank my colleagues who took a lot of time to sit down, compile this report, and prepare it in full. The report is voluminous, and what I've submitted, Madam Speaker, is just highlights. But looking at the report, it's voluminous, and I would want to encourage my colleagues to look at it, as I thank my very, very able colleagues who really took their time to prepare the report. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I beg to move and ask my colleague to second.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to second the ninth report of the Public Investment Committee on the Social Services, Administration and Agriculture. On the consideration of the Auditor General's report on the financial assessment of the nine state corporations. Madam Speaker, allow me to just give mention to a few, one or two, three observations and recommendations of our committee. Madam Speaker, what we realized in most of the state corporations we looked at, or we discussed the queries that were presented, lack of land, a lack of possession and ownership documents was rampant in most of these state corporations. Madam Speaker, realized most of this land have been grabbed. Some of them have been encroached. And so this has attracted litigations. And in a way, Madam Speaker, this attracts costs from public funds. Madam Speaker, we as a committee, we've asked the Committee on Lands to take up this issue of lands that is in the hands of private entities, and also lands that do not have deeds, title deeds, so that a report is presented to this House and recommendations are made. We have also recommended, Madam Speaker, that all the lands that are public lands should be vested under National Treasury, all of them, so that it is easier to manage from there. Madam Speaker, we also recommended that a comprehensive land register developed by the National Treasury. This will enable government systems and structures to know what land is available for development. Madam Speaker, the other issue that I want to pick is, Madam Speaker, the non-compliance with the 1/3 basic salary rule. Madam Speaker, there was a reason why the Employment Act picked this issue and recommended that for our government employees, they should receive, even if there is commitment, they should receive not less than 1/3 of their salary. Madam Speaker, we realized a number of those state corporations that we we engaged have their staff receive less amount of their salary. This, Madam Speaker, in a way, has demoralized. We can imagine how, this staff will operate with salary less than a third, and we have recommended the accounting officers who have overseen this should be reprimanded, and this law must be adhered to. Madam Speaker, without much ado, I want to thank my chairman, who has supported the committee and facilitated, a number of our meetings and ensured that this report is finalized and presented before this House. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I second the report, Madam Speaker.
I now propose the question that the House adopts the 9th report of the Public Investments Committee on Social Services, Administration and Agriculture on its examination of the audited financial statements of the following state corporations, laid at the table of the House on Thursday, 2nd April 2026. 1, the Kenya Medical Supplies Authority for the financial year 2021-2022. 2, the Agriculture and Food Authority for the financial years 2014-2015, 2015-2016, 2016-2017, 2017-2018, 2018-2019, 2019-2020, 2020 and 2021, 2021-2022, and 2022-2023, and 2023-2024. 3, the Agriculture and Food Authority for the financial years 2014-2015, 2015-2016, 2016-2017, 2017-2018, 2018-2019, 2019-2020, 2020-2021, and 2021-2022, and 2022 and 2023, and 2023-2024. 4, the T-Board of Kenya for the financial years 2021-22, 2022-2023, 2023-2024. Yes, and 2024-2025. And 5, the National Social Security Fund for the financial years 2024-2025. And 6, the National Hospital Insurance Fund, Social Health Authority for the financial years 2021-2022, 2022-2023, 2023-2024, and 2024-2025. And lastly, 7, the Kenya Plant Health Inspectorate Service for the financial years 2017-2018, 2018-2019, 2019-2020, 2020 and 2021, 2021 and 2022, 2023 and 2022, 23 and 2023, 2023 and 2024, and finally 2024-2025 financial years. Okay, those who want to discuss this report, you can press the intervention button. Yes, Honorable Timothy Toroitich, member for Marakwet West.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity to comment on this very important report. Honorable Speaker, from the onset, I wish to thank the Honorable Wangwe, the Chairman of the Public Investments Committee on Social Services, Administration and Agriculture. However, Honorable Speaker, if this report looks at financial statements for the years, one, for example, for AFA, Agriculture and Food Authority, that is for the financial years 2016-17, 2017-18, Honorable Speaker, that is 7 years down the line. Honorable Speaker, as a House, we must look for a way that these reports are disposed of as a matter of urgency. Because, Honorable Speaker, between 2016 to 2026. That is 10 years. Honorable Speaker, a lot has happened in AFA. There is change in law, there is introduction of regulations. So, Honorable Speaker, we must look for a way to expedite these particular reports so that they are not overtaken by events. Honorable Speaker, having said that, one of the most important recommendations that I've come across is in respect to lack of ownership documents of parcels of land owned by state corporations. Honorable Speaker, the committee has said that this lack of ownership documents could be a title deed or any other document, has subjected or has led to land grabbing of those particular state corporations. Honorable Speaker, this is a matter that we must take seriously. Honorable Speaker, also the issue of non-compliance with a third basic salary rule, that most of state corporations, the staff, receive less amount as opposed to what is provided for by the law. Honorable Speaker, if employees of state corporations, as highlighted in this report, receive salaries that do not obey their third salary rule, Honorable Speaker, those who do not have integrity, Honorable Speaker, may subject themselves to practices like corruption. So, Honorable Speaker, it is important that that particular recommendations or those particular recommendations are followed to the latter. But having said that, Honorable Speaker, this House has passed has adopted so many reports. But the question has always been, is there a follow-up? We have a very important committee of this House, Honorable Speaker, the Committee on Implementation, that is chaired by my very good friend, Honorable Raphael Wanjala. Honorable Speaker, this committee is a committee of last resort in this House to ensure that House reports, adopted House reports and recommendations are fully implemented by the relevant state departments, the relevant agencies, by the executive, and therefore, Honorable Speaker, we must ensure that this particular committee, Honorable Speaker, is empowered or has the capacity to ensure that there is a follow-up on these particular reports. Honorable Speaker, I had the occasion when I entered Parliament to join that committee. Honorable Speaker, if there is a committee that this House must, if there is a committee that is very important in this House, is the Committee on Implementation, because it is the committee of last resort to ensure that House resolutions are complied with. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, when the House retires, the House that is charged with proposing amendments to the standing orders, the committee that is charged with proposing amendments on standing orders, Honorable Speaker, I would propose that we have a timeline in which the Committee on Implementation ensures that House reports have been implemented. Because if you pass these very colorful resolutions and then they end up in the shelves of Parliament, then, Honorable Speaker, we will not make ends meet in ensuring that there is proper implementation of House reports. So, Honorable Speaker, I support this particular report, but with a rider that the Committee on Implementation must be capacitated. Number two, there must be timelines in which the committee is to ensure there is compliance with House resolution and recommendation. Honorable Speaker, the standing orders provides in very clear terms that if a state agency, if a ministry has not implemented a House resolution, Honorable Speaker, this House, under Article 125 of the Constitution, has the powers similar to that of the High Court. So, Honorable Speaker, if House resolutions are not implemented, Honorable Speaker, there must be consequences. Standing Article 125 provides, or our standing orders provides, Honorable Speaker, that the Committee on Implementation has powers to issue sanctions of that particular authority or even as against a person who has not implemented a particular House resolutions. Honorable Speaker, court orders are never issued in vain. even adopted House resolutions are never passed in vain. Consequences must follow for individuals that do not implement House resolutions or agencies. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Very well, member for Marakwet West. And actually, it's not even standing orders, it's a constitution under Article 125. It not only gives the powers to the committee, but to the whole House, equal to the High Court of Kenya, to issue summons and to do all that pertains. Honorable members, member for Nambale, are you on this?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to support this particular report by the Honorable Wangwe, Chairperson, Public Investment Committee on Social Services, Administration and Agriculture. Honorable Speaker, as my colleague, member for Marakwet West, has been able to on the issue of implementation of the resolution passed by the House. I was also following keenly the report by the Honorable Wangwe, and I was surprised that if you find that we have a state corporation that has been audited, but the audit report is being brought here from the year 2015 up to date. Almost 7 years is when they are coming to the House. Then after that, we will not have a resolution that has been passed by the House being implemented. So it calls upon this particular committee led by the Honorable Wanjala, who is a ranking member in this particular House, to ensure that the resolution passed by the House are given equal force of the law. As you have pointed out, Honorable Speaker, the resolution by the House has equal force as an order of the High Court. Why are we having orders of High Court stopping, orders of court stopping even motion in this House? And yet, we will have, as an arm of government, we cannot have our own resolutions bringing forth this particular head of parastatals to order. For instance, when you have a practice like staff breaching the two-third rule, whereby you cannot have your salary committed beyond the two-third. That means that you will not have even self-sustenance, and that will push you to resort to other means that my colleague pointed out, like a practice like corruption. When we are at this particular moment, we are saying that our country, we need to fight corruption. But ways to fight corruption is to ensure that rules that have been put in place for civil servants and other people must be followed. So therefore, the Honorable Speaker, I support the report by the committee so that it can be implemented fully. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Very well. Honorable members, there seems to be no more interest on this, so I'll call the mover to reply.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, allow me to appreciate my colleagues who have weighed into the issues raised by my committee, and want to make a comment, especially the one raised by Honorable Timothy, on the issue of implementation on timelines. It's very important, and actually it will really be a good thing now that my colleague has picked it up and the chair implementation is here. How I wish my colleagues can go further and push it so that it comes on the floor, so that during the preparation of the standing orders, which is ongoing, Honorable Timothy, it's ongoing now, so that we make it as a rule in terms of provision of timelines of implementation. Following up, also we have been given timelines on when to report. Now we also give timelines on when to implement. That would be a good thing, and I really want to salute you for that. Thank you, Mheshimiwa Mulanya, Honorable Mulanya, for your support on this issue, and actually appreciate that your input is solid. Further report will be incorporated in terms of what your views are, and want to thank you for that. Honorable Speaker, I beg to reply. Thank you.
Very well, Honorable Wangwe. Honorable members, I shall defer the putting of the question on this specific order, but as has been communicated specifically on the amendment of the standing orders for 14th Parliament, it's ongoing, and I think honorable members are free to write to the Rules and Procedure Committee, including the Liaison Committee, as we have communicated previously. Next order.
Order number 10, motion Seventh report on the audited financial statements for various funds.
Chairperson, Special Funds Accounts Committee, Honorable Fatuma.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for this opportunity. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that this House adopt the 7th report of the Special Funds Accounts Committee on its consideration of the report of the audited financial statement for the Land Settlement Fund for financial year 2020-2021, 2021-2022, and the Railway Development Fund accounts, Railway Development Fund Holding Fund for the financial year. For the financial year 2017-2018, 2021-2022, laid on the table of the House on Thursday, 7th December 2023. Honorable Speaker, in examining the audited accounts for the Land Settlement Fund and the Railway Development Fund holding account, the committee received oral and written submissions from the Principal Secretary, State Department for Lands, and the Principal Secretary, State Department for Transport to consider the audited financial statements of the Land Settlement Fund and the Railway Development Fund for the financial year 2020-2021, 2021-2022, and financial year 2017-2018 to 2021-2022. The submission formed the basis of the committee's observation, finding, and recommendations. Honorable Speaker, in preparing this report, the committee relied on the constitutional and legal provisions on the Public Finance Management Act 2012 and other enabling legislation as the basis for inviting the accounting officer of the Land Settlement Fund and Railway Development Fund to respond to the issues raised by Auditor General to come up with the general recommendations. Honorable Speaker, following the following examination of the auditor reports, the committee made the following general observations and recommendations which apply across the two financial years for the two funds. Long outstanding receivables from the exchange transactions. The committee recommends that within 6 months upon the adoption of the report, the accounting officer to provide a progress report on the recovery of the principal loan and the outstanding interest receivables to the Auditor General for audit verification. Undistributed land. The committee observed that the land in Kisimanjoro in Nakuru County that was meant for resettlement of the IDPs in 2012 had not been surveyed or subdivided, and therefore the beneficiaries had not settled 10 years after the purchase of the land due to ongoing court cases which restrained the Land Settlement Fund from interfering with the land parcel. The committee observed that the accounting officer to fast-track the resolution of the dispute with the counties and within 6 months of adoption of this report, the accounting officer to provide a status report on the settlement of the informal settlers on the land, the said land. Honorable Speaker, we had two lands in question. There's also Kadzandani land, which is also in Kilifi. The committee also observed that there was weak control environment in field officers. The committee observed that there was 21,613,544,219 revenue collection by Railway Development Fund holding account for the financial year 2018-2019, which was not supported as analyzed by the receipts for the Kenya Revenue Authority. The committee recommends that within 3 months
Honorable Fatuma, ignore your neighbors.
Yeah, they're really interfering.
Member for Kabuchai is really disrupting you.
He's a committee member, and I think he's excited to be here when... Thank you. Honorable Speaker, please ask Honorable Wanjala to leave me. I do my work. Honorable Wanjala.
I actually think he should move far away from me. Honorable Wanjala. Continue.
The committee observed, that I've read, the actual figure for the performance of 5,815,000. I think this I've read, sorry, they confused me. The committee noted that the accounting officer submissions that they received as per the summary of the budget versus actual performance figure were erroneously posted to the statement, and the correct amount was later stated below. The committee recommends that within 3 months of the adoption of the report, the accounting officer to submit the analysis of KRA receipts, marking up the figure for the total revenue of the fund, and accounting officers should ensure that all applicable accounting and financial control system standards, laws, and procedures are followed in the preparation of the financial statement in accordance with the standard prescribed by the Public Account Standards Board in compliance with the regulations 101/4 of the Public Finance Accounts Committee of Management. In conclusion, Honorable Speaker, I wish to register my appreciation to the Office of the Speaker and the Clerk of the National Assembly, the honorable members of the committee, and the parliamentary liaison office of the Auditor General, the National Treasury, and the Committee Secretariat for facilitating the work of the committee and making the production of this report possible. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move.
Seconder. Honorable Fatuma, you need to appoint a seconder. I already see a volunteer, but you need to say it on record. That mic is not working. Okay. It's back.
Oh, it's back. Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I will request a member of the committee, the member for Kabuchai, Honorable Kalasinga, to second.
Kalasinga.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the committee has taken serious time considering what it was actually presented before it. And my Honorable Speaker, I think what is very important here, very key, is to make sure that the recommendations of the committee are as strongly adhered and in time frame actually that is required. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I second.
Very well, honorable members, I therefore propose that this House adopts the 7th report of the Special Funds Accounts Committee on its consideration of the report of the audited financial statements for the land settlement funds for the financial years 2020-2021 and 2021-2022, and the Railway Development Fund holding account for the financial years 2017-2018, 2018-2019, 2019-2020, 2020-2021, and 2021-2022, laid on the table of the House on Thursday, 7th December 2023. Member for Navaholo.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, allow me to really applaud my very good friend and colleague. In other languages, we say full network, but officially the member for Migori. She has done a good job, and looking at what she has submitted before the House, Madam Speaker, it enables us to look at what is happening on our two funds. Madam Speaker, this Railway Development Fund, upon its inception quite a couple of years back, it appeared to be a threat to the Kenyans. Kenyans felt like it's a burden to them. But today, Madam Speaker, we look at the Railway Development Fund as an enabler, as a fund that we can look at and consider how to expand our railway, on how well can we utilize railway as an infrastructure. Madam Speaker, all over the world, railway is a big enabler. Railway line enables at a lower cost transportation of goods, especially heavy machineries and longer distance items, Honorable Speaker. Therefore, if these funds are given to the executive to spend and collected from Kenyans who are feeling it, who are feeling pain, Honorable Speaker, whenever you import, you are levied Kenya Railway Development Levy. It is important, Honorable Speaker, that we put the executive to account, that they explain how this money has been used. The level of prudency and accountability enables to make Kenyans feel at ease, however painful it is that they spend this money. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, explaining the way the chair has put it, looking at the issue of budgetary control, so that, Madam Speaker, if I may just explain that issue of budgetary control, is that we don't just budget for the sake of budgeting, but we budget what we are going to implement, Madam Speaker. An agency getting it right to budget and implement means is exercising a prudent way of spending public resources. Therefore, Madam Speaker, I look at it and want to thank my colleague that this report is good. Let us approve it and make sure that the executive is held to account when it comes to how it spends Railway Development Fund. Madam Speaker, allow me to speak to the issue of land settlement fund, Madam Speaker. There is also, this is a big issue where, Madam Speaker, people do not have land. Kenyans don't own land, but they are Kenyans, Madam Speaker. They ought to be provided for on how to live. Madam Speaker, Article 43 of the Constitution, we did really pass it and said one of the good things, socio-economic factors, Madam Speaker, apart from education, apart from health, is housing, Madam Speaker. You cannot put a house where you don't have land. You must own a house on a particular land. And Madam Speaker, the issue of house is not a flashy house. Whatever little house you own, even if it's 10 by 10 and create some sleep with the Honorable Speaker, is a house. Therefore, this fund enables, Madam Speaker, many Kenyans to own something, to be settled, to live somewhere where they can call, this is my home. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, if we can have an oversight body, an oversight committee, the way my good friend has run us through, to look at the resources allocated to the fund, on how it has been spent prudently, on how it has been spent, Madam Speaker, we feel that is the right way, so that we know whatever is being made available to the executive is being held to account. Madam Speaker, with those very many remarks, I want to thank my colleague and really appreciate and say I support.
Very well. Mulanya?
I was not prepared on this person.
Okay. Member for Tinderet? Are you on this? Do you know what is on the floor? So not on this order? Very well. Owen?
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I am happy to contribute and support the report presented by the Women Rep and the able chairperson of this committee. Honorable Speaker, audited financial report statements for various funds. Audited financial reports, Honorable Speaker, are very important to this House because it is these audited reports that when we get them on time, we are able to move to ensure there is allocation of funds for the next financial year. Mr. Speaker, one of the important things that I have heard Honorable Fatuma speak about is on the Land Trust Fund or the STF, SFT, Honorable Speaker. You see, land is a factor of production, but apart from that, constitutionally, land is supposed to provide settlement. And when we get settlement, Honorable Speaker, we get dignity. And when we get dignity, then we feel like we are Kenyans like any other. Mr. Speaker, for many years, the SFT has been there. And it has been used, and I'm happy that we now have a report of SFT in this parliament to actually see. The SFT is supposed to run as a revolving fund. Those that take money to buy land, after that they pay, and after that, government gets back the money, and then we continue to buy. It is this SFT, Honorable Speaker, that we leverage on, especially those of us from the coast, to buy land that belongs to the people who have held this land for many years, what we call the absentee landlords. My constituency, Honorable Speaker, together with the constituency of Honorable Ken Chonga, are constituencies whose land has been owned by absentee landlords for many years. And these absentee landlords go to courts, get court orders, and come and demolish. But government, the new government program on buying land from absentee program is a big relief to our constituents. But Honorable Speaker, what I would request is that as we do the budget, we need to put in more money, allocate more funds so that the people of the coast can for the first time own land. Honorable Speaker, I want to say this. Kenya got independence. And one of the reasons why we fought for independence was for us to own our land. To own land. Independence was about three things. And the Mau Mau and other people went to fight. They were fighting for land. That they owned the land that the colonizers had taken, Honorable Speaker. And also economic independence and political freedom. Those are the three things that our forefathers fought for. But Honorable Speaker, other areas managed the three. They got political freedom, they got land, and they got economic freedom. But the coast, especially the 10-mile strip, missed one, land. Because the colonial masters then and the first government bequeathed that land to the then Arabs then. Those that used to own the land, Honorable Speaker. Now it has been a struggle. We are an independent country, but we are still living in land that is not ours. But this SFT can be the reason why we smile when there is enough resources for us to be able to buy the land, compensate those people, Honorable Speaker, and we have land given to the people. And that is why I want to request my sister, Fatuma Full Network, I want to make this passionate request. As you make this report, please ask Atandi and his committee to allocate more money to SFT so that we are able to use that money to buy our freedom, because we're actually buying our freedom, because we are still living in land that belongs to other people. My constituency has almost 60% of the land they're living as squatters because it is owned by people who have long titles, very long. You know, the page is like 2 meters of that title, Honorable Speaker. But now we have an opportunity through SFT. And when I say audited accounts of SFT, I want to know those that have been given money and bought for land, they need to pay. When they pay, we get more money to liberate other parts of the country that were not liberated, because it is a revolving fund. And prudent use of that money is important. That's why that audited account is very important, to know those people who acquired land through SFT, have they paid? Have they discharged their land? And when this money comes to the SFT account, how is it being used? Is it being used prudently, such that we have enough money to now buy land for other Kenyans, to settle them, or it is just being wasted? Those are the questions that your audit committee should tell us. And in fact, put more emphasis. I want to see a newspaper headline that says, SFT has received this, has reclaimed this money has been repaid, so that we know that money that has been repaid is enough for us to purchase land where other absentee landlords are still continuing. The president has a good plan, a very good plan, to buy land for people that are squatters. But if money is not coming in, because people are holding a lot of money through SFT, government paid to acquire, for example, the Waitiki land where SFT money was used, other lands that were bought through SFT, Honorable Speaker. But the question is, are they repaying? How fast are they repaying? How efficient is the SFT committee in ensuring that money has been paid? And when it is paid, what is it doing, that money? Because it is money that is set aside to ensure that we settle. Settlement Trust Fund is supposed to settle squatters, to settle Kenyans, Honorable Speaker. So, Honorable Speaker, I want to commend you a full network, and I want to commend you for a good job. But I want you to move a step further. You would be the chairperson that would help the people of the coast to get their land. The people in other parts of this country whose land has been settled. But I want you to come out boldly and very strongly that SFT must be managed properly. If it is managed properly, then we know we can actually get money to buy land for the people that have been squatters for many years. I know Majimbo Kasalasinga is looking at me and wondering, what is this member of parliament for Kilifi North, my deputy majority leader, talking about? Yes, you guys have land. You have land. You have huge plantations of sugar and many things. The people of the coast are still squatters. You do not know what it is to be a squatter. To be a squatter is to be a slave. To be a squatter is to be a person without dignity. To be a squatter is to live in a country that is independent, but you live as a slave in your country. That's what squatter means. You can't build a house, you can't... Majimbo Kalasinga.
Honorable Owen, you know, you have mentioned Honorable Kalasinga, and he was actually saying, I support you. So what is out of order, Kalasinga?
Madam Speaker, you know very well I have a good heart. And people, when they are suffering in the coast, Madam Speaker, I cannot be happy. And you know, Madam Speaker, mimi nalinda Mwananchi. So the people, of course, are suffering, Madam Speaker. And I'm positively supporting the majority leader.
Thank you.
Finish up.
Thank you. I want to say this. I was telling my friend Majimbo Kalasinga and the House, to be a squatter is an abuse of humanity. To be a squatter means you have no home. It means you own nothing. To be a squatter means when someone in your family dies, you even have a problem where he should be buried. You have lived as a squatter, you are buried as a squatter, and your spirit, even in heaven, still remains as a squatter spirit, Honorable Speaker. And this country must end. We must end and finish this issue of people being squatters. And the SFT is the vehicle that we have to end squattership, Honorable Speaker. And Honorable Speaker, I want to tell you, to live as a squatter is to live in the most undignified life in this country, Honorable Speaker. And therefore, I want to request, when budgets are being made, when resources are being allocated, when we are mopping up resources, we must put in more money to liberate parts of this country that independence never liberated. And one of them is the coast region, because those lands still belong to other people, Honorable Speaker. And therefore, when I see audited accounts as FFT, I see a light. I see a light. I know we are moving somewhere. But the question is, how well is that fund being used? And how much more resources? And those people who benefited from it, are they paying? And if they are paying, how is it a revolving? How come this revolving fund is not buying more land for people? We wait for presidential directive to get more money. Why, Honorable Speaker? This SFT, we must bring to scrutiny to know how much money is coming back and how much money is being used for the right thing. Honorable Speaker, I support that report and request this House.
Mover to reply.
Honorable Speaker, thank you so much. The so-called Linda Wananchi are so noisy. In all this time, Honorable Member here had a very emotional contribution. They decided not to let me listen. They were just talking. I sympathize with you. But all the same, Honorable Speaker, I want to thank all the members who have contributed. I also want to thank the member of parliament from Kilifi. I know this is really touching, because one of the observations that we really made a strong observation on is that the resolution of the disputed land in county of Kilifi to be fast-tracked. But because I've also seen, I'm also a mother, I'm also a squatter where I live in Nyatike, I am a squatter. And these are the things that we're talking about. That we got our independence in 1963. And some people in this country are still squatters in their own country. And these are the injustices that we keep on talking about, that we believe we want to fight with this government to make sure that all those injustices, these people are served and given their right, because we all have rights as citizens of this country. Honorable Speaker, 10 years later, IDPs have not been resettled. And this is a very emotional thing to think about. But we believe as a committee, we want to work together, not only with the representatives of these people, like Honorable Member here, Owen, we will sit together again and look into this report. That is our recommendation good enough to serve your people? You might not feel the pain because it doesn't happen in your county or your constituency, but when it happens to any other person in this country, we should all be affected. So, Honorable Member, I'm very grateful for your strong contribution. I wish you were there to sit in the committee when these officers came. But all the same, all is not lost. We will sit again. We will have a receipt. We will invite you so that you can also have the freedom to air your grievances on behalf of your people. And I must say, your constituents are lucky to have you. For you to contribute and take your time on this, it really touches on you as it touches on your members of your constituency. Honorable Speaker, I want to thank all the committee members. They sat down long hours, past working times, to make sure that we give a report, a detailed report on this issue. And I'm very grateful to the support from the National Assembly, from the clerk's office, from the speaker's office. They really helped us. Sometimes we'd sit out of odd hours, sometimes we'd request to be out of the plenary to go and discuss these issues, and we were supported well. So I thank all the members, and I pray that these people will get justice. Honorable Speaker, I beg to reply.
Very well. We shall defer the putting of question on this motion. Honorable members, before the next order, allow me to recognize in the speakers gallery this afternoon learners and teachers from Kipkabus Downs Junior School, from Keio South Constituency, Elgeyo Marakwet. We welcome them to observe the proceedings of the House. Next order.
Order number 11, motion. Consideration of sessional paper number 5 of 2026 on the national energy policy.
Chairperson, Energy Committee? No? I thought I saw Honorable Gikaria. Oh, you have delegated? Mulanya?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, first, allow me to thank the Honorable Chair, the Substantive Chair of the Committee on Energy, to have given me this opportunity to move this motion. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move the motion on consideration of sessional paper number 5 for 2026 on the National Energy Policy 2025. Honorable Speaker, that this House adopts the report of the Departmental Committee on Energy on its consideration of sessional paper number 5 of 2026 on the National Energy Policy 2025, laid on the table of the House on Thursday, 2nd July 2026, and approve sessional paper number 5 of 2026 on the National Energy Policy 2025. Honorable Speaker, the National Energy Policy 2025 replaces the National Energy Policy of 2018 and will guide the energy sector for the next 10 years. It covers electricity generation, transmission, and distribution, renewable energy, clean cooking, energy efficiency, and new technologies such as electric mobility, battery storage, green hydrogen, and nuclear energy. It was tabled in the House on 16th April 2026 and referred to the Departmental Committee on Energy for consideration. Honorable Speaker, the committee facilitated public participation as required under Article 118, Sub-Article 1B of the Constitution. The clerk of the National Assembly placed an advertisement in the print media on 23rd April 2026. The committee held 4 sittings. It received submissions from the Principal Secretary, State Department for Energy, and from stakeholders including Nature Kenya, the Council of Governors, the Katiba Institute and Partner Organization, the Engineers Board of Kenya, the Kenya Bureau of Standard, the Competition Authority of Kenya, the National Environment Management Authority, Transparent International Kenya, together with the Kenya Oil and Gas Working Group, the Electricity Consumer Society of Kenya, among other stakeholders. Honorable Speaker, allow me to place before the House where the sector stands today. Kenya is the 6th largest producer of geothermal power in the world, with an installed geothermal capacity of 985 megawatts. Total installed capacity, electricity capacity is at 3,081 megawatts against a peak demand of 2,316 megawatts. Renewable energy accounts for 82% of the installed generation capacity. Electricity access has grown to 75% of the population, and 9,717 kilometers of transmission line have been built. However, 25% of Kenyans still have no electricity, and over 65% of the households still cook with firewood and charcoal. Honorable Speaker, it is this gap between our achievements and reality in our constituencies that this policy seeks to close. Honorable Speaker, the committee supports the policy, but it raised the following serious concerns. Number one, implementation plan and financing. This is the committee's principal concern. The policy sets out very ambitious objectives, but it does not contain a costed implementation plan, a financing plan, or a way of ranking priorities. It also makes no use of the National Infrastructure Fund Act 2026, which this House passed to raise long-term financing for strategic projects. The committee recommends a costed implementation plan with clear timelines, financing sources, and measurable indicators, and that the fund be used alongside public-private partnerships, climate finance, and private investment. Secondly, access and affordability. 1 in 4 Kenyans is still not connected to electricity, mostly in rural and marginalized areas, and the cost of electricity remains beyond the reach of many households. The committee recommends targeted investment in last mile connectivity, mini-grids, clean cooking solutions, and social protection measures so that universal and affordable access is achievable by 2030. 3, reliability of supply. The House is familiar with the complaints from their constituents on power outages, voltage fluctuations, system losses, and aging infrastructure. The committee recommends accelerated investment in transmission, distribution, and grid modernization, and stronger maintenance of existing assets. 4, protection of small consumers in the market reforms. The committee is informed that the ongoing electricity market reforms and open access trading may benefit large consumers, while households and small business are left with higher tariffs and loss of cross subsidies. The committee recommends that the reform be implemented gradually, only after a full consumer impact assessment and with safeguards for vulnerable consumers. Number 5, community rights, land, and benefit sharing. Honorable Speaker, communities continue to raise concerns on land acquisition, compensation, resettlement, and benefit sharing. Of particular concern to the committee is that the geothermal benefit sharing framework under the Energy Act 2019, which gives host counties 20% and local communities 5% of the national government share of the geothermal revenue, has not been fully operationalized in some geothermal areas. Host communities are therefore being denied benefits that the law already grants them. The committee recommends that this framework be fully operationalized, compensation process be transparent, grievances mechanism be put in place, and that free, prior, and informed consent be observed on community land registered under the Community Land Act 2016. Number 6, role of the counties. Honorable Speaker, county governments carry a lot of responsibility in energy planning, clean cooking, and environmental management, yet their role in policy is not clearly defined. The committee recommends stronger intergovernmental coordination, integration of the county energy plans into national planning, and technical and finance support to the counties. Number 7, environmental and biodiversity safeguards. Honorable Speaker, the policy needs stronger safeguards for protected areas, key biodiversity areas, water catchment, and forests, and clearer rules on hazardous waste, electronic waste, and decommissioning. The committee recommends that environmental governance be mainstreamed across all energy subsector, that the role of NEMA be strengthened, and that strategic environment assessment and biodiversity assessment tools be mandatory for projects sited near protected areas. Number 8, new technologies, standards, and cyber security. Honorable Speaker, the policy recognizes electric mobility, battery storage, smart grids, artificial intelligence, and green hydrogen, but provides no regulatory pathway, standards, or incentive for them. This leaves the country open to substandard products and to cybersecurity risk as our energy infrastructure becomes digital. The committee recommends sector-specific strategies and financing mechanisms, formal recognition of the Kenya Bureau of Standards as the standard authority for the energy products and cybersecurity standard for smart grids. Number 9, local content. The Honorable Speaker, the policy carries no measurable targets for local content and technology transfer, local manufacturing jobs or skills. The committee recommends a firm local content framework supported by research, technical training, and capacity building so that Kenyans and local enterprises benefit from the investment in this particular sector. Honorable Speaker, having considered all the submissions and the observations, the committee recommends as follows. Number 1, that the House adopt this report on sessional paper number 5 of 26 on the National Energy Policy 2025. Number 2, that following the adoption of the policy, all proposed legislation on energy matters be guided by the provisions of the policy. And lastly, that the Cabinet Secretary for Energy and Petroleum, the Energy and Petroleum Regulatory Authority, the National Environment Management Authority, and other relevant state agencies implement the directives set out in the report, and that the Cabinet Secretary reports to the committee on the progress made within 12 months of adoption of this report. Honorable Speaker, I therefore beg to move the report and request the House that they adopt the same. I also invite the Honorable Member for Nakuru Town East, the Honorable Gikaria, to second the motion.
David Gikaria.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. And let me take this opportunity also to thank the Member of Parliament for Nambale, a very, very resourceful member of the committee, a lawyer by profession, and a dedicated member of the committee. Honorable Speaker, the session of paper number 5, talking about matters to do with energy. Honorable Speaker, without the support that we got from the Office of the Clerk and the Secretariat, Honorable Speaker, it has really given us an opportunity for us to be able to go through this session of paper and be able to get into the details and bring a policy that will be used for the coming 10 years, Honorable Speaker. And energy, as it is understood, Honorable Speaker, is right at the core of the economic transformation of any country. But, Honorable Speaker, it is among the milestone, a very significant milestone in the ongoing transformation towards sustainable, inclusive, and resilient energy future. Honorable Speaker, having energy sometimes is not just enough. We need to look at that energy, whether it is affordable. Because, Honorable Speaker, an expensive energy, we will not be able to transform the economic transformation by the percentages that we expect, Honorable Speaker. We recognize that reliable, competitive, affordable, and clean energy access to all Kenyans is essential for realizing our national development aspiration. Honorable Speaker, the current administration led by His Excellency the President William Samoei Ruto has an ambitious program of over 10,000 megawatts energy generation per day. And that is a very clear indication that us as a country, as we talk about our journey to Singapore, we cannot be able to do this without having reliable, competitive, affordable, and clean energy. Honorable Speaker, when you talk about clean energy, we look about matters to do with the environment, Honorable Speaker. that Kenya and the world, Kenya being a exporter of green energy, geothermal being the biggest contributor of the energy in our country, Honorable Speaker, almost 80% is from geothermal, which is clean. And that speaks volumes. When the President became the chair of climate change, and we had a summit here, Honorable Speaker, it was key that we also need to take care of the global warming issues. And of course, Kenya has gone a step forward to be able to achieve this, Honorable Speaker. Over the years, Kenya has made remarkable strides in expansion of electricity access, with the majority of its population now connected to electricity. Honorable Speaker, it is on record, and facts are there, that for the last 4 years, this administration has been able to connect an additional 4 million consumers or 4 million customers who can be able to, through the grid and off the grid, Honorable Speaker. However, the challenges remain, particularly in rural areas, where access remains limited, and particularly on matters to do with clean cooking, Honorable Speaker. It is on this, Honorable Speaker, that the policy aims to address these gaps, laying the foundation for an inclusive energy transformation that is centered on renewable resources, energy efficiency, and promotion of innovative technologies. Honorable Speaker, Kenya has not been left behind on matters to do with innovative technologies, on matters to do with energy. Honorable Speaker, this policy is grounded on the Kenya's commitment to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs, particularly goal number 7, Honorable Speaker, that speaks about affordable and clean energy. Honorable Speaker, this policy aligns our issues with our global climate commitment, including the Paris Agreement, the nationally determined contribution, Honorable Speaker, and it is on these nationally determined contributions that Kenya is playing a role on matters to do with climate change. Honorable Speaker, prioritizing renewable energy resources, advancing the adoption of clean cooking solutions, enhancing electrification, enhancing emerging technologies, and promoting energy efficiency, this policy is set to clear a path towards ensuring that Kenya has access to reliable and sustainable energy. Honorable Speaker, this government is committed to supporting implementation of this policy through strategic partnership. Honorable Speaker, as a country, we cannot be able to do these things alone. So we have committed to be able to bring on board other partners who can be able to bring in resource mobilization and innovation. This framework gives this transformation, ensuring that energy plays its rightful role as a catalyst for economic growth and social and economic development in this country. Honorable Speaker, the Ministry of Energy, which played a very big role, that is the Ministry of Energy and Petroleum, Honorable Speaker, we appreciate some of these institutions that came before us as we are looking into this, including individuals who contributed to the development of the National Energy Policy 2025. Honorable Speaker, special recognition is given to the Executive Officer of the Energy Sector institutions for their valuable insights and commitment throughout the policy review process. Honorable Speaker, the Ministry also acknowledged the declaration of members of the Technical Working Committee. Honorable Speaker, without this, the Technical Working Committee gave us, who did a tireless work, Honorable Speaker, to be able to come up with this. But not forgetting, Honorable Speaker, that as we look into this, we must also address ourselves to the reliable and particularly the affordability of, an Honorable Speaker, a good policy like this that is not cost effective, again, will not be able to reach the milestones that we anticipate that this policy will be bringing. So, Honorable Speaker, as a committee, and this policy does address matters to do with the cost of electricity in this country, and particularly energy in general, for us to be able to get this. So, Honorable Speaker, transparency in matters to do with this, and I remember one of the senators had brought a motion on how then do we address this, and he spoke quite at length on matters to do with transparency when you are dealing with this aspect, Honorable Speaker. Just to bring a few issues that we really came out when we were looking into this policy, Honorable Speaker, is what Honorable Mulanya has talked about, the local content. Honorable Speaker, it is important for us as a House to really address these matters of local content. Honorable Speaker, we can't just address a project of energy infrastructure is brought to a place, billions of shillings, only for the almost 80% again taken away. So it is important as we address this that we look into the aspect of local content and the lessons that we learn. And this one you're pegging to what we found in Turkana, Honorable Speaker, that billions of shillings was pumped into Turkana, but when you go there, Honorable Speaker, the residents and the locals are still suffering, yet billions of monies was spent in that. Secondly, is about community land and the consent. Honorable Speaker, the importance of county government coming in, it's also for us to be able to protect the interest of communities so that the land, you can imagine, Honorable Speaker, we are going to, as a country, to reap billions out of the Turkana, for example. But if you look at then what is compensated to the community for their land use, again, Honorable Speaker, it doesn't match. Environmental safeguards, Honorable Speaker, it is key that as we look into the energy policy, we are able to address these issues. And lastly, Honorable Speaker, consumers and security.
Very well, honorable members.
I beg to second.
Yes. Honorable members, I beg to propose that this House adopts the 7th report of the special funds. No. Honorable members, it's motion number 11. I propose that this House adopts the report of the Departmental Committee on Energy on its consideration of sessional paper number 5 of 2026 on the national energy policy laid on the table of the House on Thursday, 2nd July of 2026 and approve sessional paper number 5 of 2026 on the national energy policy. Owen Bayer.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and I want to support the motion on the sessional paper number 5 of 2026 on the national energy policy. And I welcome the Honorable Oundo to listen carefully so that he knows that this government is working. You know, the Honorable Oundo has a problem. He has not pushed government enough to connect electricity to his people, so his people live in darkness. They have no electricity, they can't watch TV, they can't even hear him. Even phones are a problem to charge in his constituency. Honorable Speaker, this policy framework represents a comprehensive and forward-looking blueprint designed to guide Kenya's energy sector over the next 10 years. It succeeds previous legal regimes, building on the significant milestone we had achieved as a nation. Honorable Speaker, it is worth noting that Kenya has made significant strides towards ensuring that we cover this country with electricity everywhere. Significant strides have been made. Not everyone has been covered, but significant strides have been made. This administration has connected over 4 million people, 4 million in a period of 3 years. 4 million people have been covered and have electricity, Honorable Speaker. We haven't covered the whole country yet, but significant milestones have been made, and there are plans, not just plans, but intentions to ensure that we put electricity in every home in this administration, Honorable Speaker. And Waswahili walisema, chanda chema huvikwa pete. And I want to thank the Honorable Gikaria, who has presided over the committee, even the 12th Parliament and now, for a good job. And this committee has done a good job. Now, we have a new sessional paper. And this sessional paper, Honorable Speaker, has very important things that I want to make note of, and this Parliament needs to support. One, Honorable Speaker, about 25% of our citizens still lack electricity. 25% of our citizens still lack electricity, Honorable Speaker. And over 65% of households continue to rely on traditional biogas for cooking. This new policy, this sessional paper, addresses these persistent gaps while preparing Kenya to exploit modern technological advancements and navigate global energy transitions. What is the objective of this policy? This sessional paper number 5, what is it? Speaker, the National Energy Policy of 2025 is anchored on specific strategic objectives aimed at transforming our socio-economic landscape, which include, I will note several, Honorable Speaker. 1, promoting renewable energy resources development and utilization to expand our green footprint. That is one of the key posts in this policy, Honorable Speaker, that we promote renewable energy. Renewable energy, the sun, the hydro, solar, and all those, Honorable Speaker, we promote. And you can see already we have many companies that are investing a lot of money today in solar. We have Malindi Solar that is doing a big job, Honorable Speaker. We have, I went to a hotel called Serena the other day in Mombasa, and I saw that they have a huge solar farm, and they're transitioning from non-renewable energy to renewable energy, Honorable Speaker. And you can see, if you go to the internet, you see that there are many companies that are selling solar products into Kenya, Honorable Speaker. And this shows the shift, the more of organic shift towards renewable energy in this country, which is one of the killer points in this, pillar points in this policy. Honorable Speaker, again, achieving universal electricity access and clean cooking solutions for all Kenyans by the year 2030. Achieving universal electricity access. I know, and as I speak here, I know parts of my constituency have not been electrified. Parts of them, they have not. But looking at where we are going with a signpost of 2030, by 2030, every person in Kilifi should have electricity and clean cooking energy. And we have it in policy, and we will continue to budget for it and ensure that all the people that live in Kilifi that today have no electricity, they have hope that they will have electricity, because this government is putting every measure available and applicable to ensure that we have electricity in every home by 2030. And that is achievable. And 2030 is only around 3 years away from today. So in the next regime, we will invest resources and money and human resource to ensure that every household in this country has electricity and has also clean cooking gas, so that we avoid deforestation, we avoid interfering with the forest, Honorable Speaker, which is a good thing for this country. So green energy is a powerhouse, is a powerful powerhouse, if I may put it that way, for the future, Honorable Speaker. 4th, Honorable Speaker. 3rd, developing, modernizing, and optimizing our transmission and distribution infrastructure. And this is where the rubber meets the road. Distribution infrastructure. That is transmission and distribution. We have the Kenya Electricity Transmission Organization, KETRACO, where we are making huge investment to ensure that electricity can be transmitted from source to areas where it can be distributed to consumers, Honorable Speaker. And this is heavy investment. A lot of money is required to do the Ketrako lines in every part of the country, Honorable Speaker. And this is one of the pillars of this sessional paper. We are saying as a country, we must invest in transmission. Transmission is heavy lifting because it requires a lot of resources. And it is these resources that we must find as anchored in the current vision, Honorable Speaker, for this country and the better policy of this government, Honorable Speaker, we shall achieve 100% transmission. The other important thing, Honorable Speaker, is distribution. Distribution, where we have REREC, we have Kenya Power, KPLC. These are important, and therefore these are important organizations that will help us achieve the thinking of this policy. Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we must strengthen not just Ketrako, but we must strengthen and fund and resource REREC properly. We must strengthen and resource KPLC properly so that we are able to achieve the vision as made in the policy, in the sessional paper, Honorable Speaker. And therefore, one of the things that we must do is to modernize. Modernization. We have seen the shift from those meters that we used to pay per month to the new meters that are now prepaid. That is a shift. But we need also to modernize equipment. We see KPLC spending a lot of money today to change poles. The poles that are using are eaten by termites, they fall off, and you see there is no electricity because there's a problem with the poles. And now you have to spend a lot of money to replace poles, Honorable Speaker. We need to modernize what kind of poles we require to ensure that we have stability in distribution, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, what kind of wires do we use? What kind of wires do we use? Sometimes you hear a wire is cut, you hear this, a bird has touched a wire. Technology, we must invest in technology, and this is what this policy is saying. This policy is saying Kenya is going to invest in modernization of electricity transmission, electricity distribution, until the last mile, Honorable Speaker. And that is very important. Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, sorry, Madam, I know you're Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker.
It has actually happened severally. I was going to say, you're going to confuse our learners in the gallery.
I want to confirm that the person sitting on the speaker's chair is a Madam Speaker. It's a Madam Speaker. I want to continue to say this, Madam Speaker. The other pillar in this policy is promoting competitive energy procurement and pricing to bring down the cost of power for households and industries. It is one of the pillars that we aim in this policy to promote competitive energy procurement. One of the things I remember when Honorable Kawaya was a member of, I was the chair of the Energy Committee, he had to deal with the dragon of pricing of energy, especially the energy that is done through diesel generators. You remember that, Honorable Speaker. I need like 5 more minutes to finish this, and I request that I be given more time so that I can finish giving this policy.
You cannot take more time than the mover in the second.
This policy. This
So
is a very important
you'll
policy.
have an extra 1 minute. So
No, 1 minute is not enough, but let me try. So, Honorable Speaker, procurement, we need to do it better. You know, sometimes these energy generators fleece this country. The people, what are they called? The power, the independent power producers, Honorable Speaker. We need to rein on them. If we must achieve energy sufficiency, better priced and affordable to Kenyans, Honorable Speaker, we must rein on these independent power producers, Honorable Speaker, and bring down the cost of energy so that we can actually achieve the things that we are saying in this policy. Honorable Speaker, mainstreaming energy transmission, green industrialization, and absolute environmental and social sustainability is one other key pillar in this policy, Honorable Speaker. Green energy, Honorable Speaker. Mainstreaming energy transition. You know, I was one of those people that had an opportunity to hear this talk about nuclear energy. They came to my county and my county said, no, here it is now in Nyanza, you know. What is our thought as a country about nuclear energy? What is our thought about it? What is our thought as a country about other sources of energy? How are we investing? How are we transiting from petrol? I like the idea when the president said we need to invest more in electric cars, electric motorcycles. How are we transitioning from to such energy level? We have seen in other countries where people are reducing biofuels. Are they called biofuels? They are reducing use of petroleum things and moving into other biofuels and other petrol and other energy products. So how are we transitioning? Are we going to be stuck in the old systems of energy, or are we going to transition into new systems of energy? So energy transitioning, Honorable Speaker, and mainstreaming is very important. But above all, Honorable Speaker, how are we destroying or rescuing our environment by ensuring that we use the right source of energy to protect the environment? These are some of the key pillars, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Madam Speaker, and also enhancing institutional capacity, governance, and seamless collaborative frameworks across the entire sector. These are very important things, Honorable Speaker. Without proper governance of the energy sector, we are going to kill energy in this country. Proper governance. How is REREC being governed? How is KPLC being governed? How is KETRACO being governed? How we are addressing the issues of governance within the energy sector? It is one of the key pillars of this. We are saying as a country we need to mainstream governance, ensure there is no corruption in the energy sector, ensure there is proper governance in the energy sector to ensure the milestones that we want to make, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, having said all those many things, and I think that the light is right in red, if you allow me, that 1 minute has not been given to me, but if they give it to me now, Honorable Speaker, I will say this. This policy successfully aligns Kenya with global energy trends by integrating electric mobility, smart grids, and clean energy pathways. That's one of the important pillars in this. The second, Honorable Speaker, there are notable gaps expanding explicit biodiversity protection, hazardous and electronic waste management, and clear decommissioning of.
You've made your point. I already gave you the extra minute, Honorable Owen. Allow me to indulge the member for Funyula to make your contribution.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. The Deputy Majority Leader is a friend of mine. We normally have a banter once in a while, and I'm surprised that he also does not have electricity in his area, and yet he said it's only people from Funyula who do not have. Pure contradiction that's inimical of this wretched regime. Honorable Speaker, I also stand here to support the committee report on its review of the sessional paper number 5 of 2026 on National Energy Policy 2025. Honorable Speaker, power or energy is central to economic development, is central to social development, and indeed it promotes better welfare for the people of Kenya. Honorable Speaker, this country has a bit of contradiction, and I want to pick those contradictions directly from the report, the sessional paper. Honorable Speaker, this country, when you look at page 1 of the sessional paper, it is that Kenya's total installed electricity capacity as of June 2025 was 3,081 metric watts, whatever it is, against a peak demand of 2316. That's the paradox where it comes from. And this bellows what we have always believed, there is excess power in this country. So now, it's self-defeating. It becomes a bit of interesting that when we go to page 5 of the same policy, it says by 2025, the national electricity access rate was approximately 75% with 90% and 68% access in urban and rural areas, respectively. Honorable Speaker, I represent a rural constituency, and therefore my concern is the 68% connectivity for a rural constituency. Honorable Speaker, if power, a connection to energy is a basic human right, why would we 60 years down the line, since independence, still having only 68% access to urban in rural areas? And Honorable Speaker, probably statistics of 68% could more or less be correct. Because when I became the MP of Nyola in 2017, I found a constitution that had was only about 18% connected, only about 18% of households were connected. Through the good work of President Uhuru Kenyatta, I managed to improve that connectivity to about 50 or so percent. But then, by then, Honorable Speaker, the typical cost of a scheme was about 5 million. Now come this regime where my good friend Baya is the chief choir master. A single regime, Honorable Speaker, now goes at almost 12 million. And Honorable Gikaria knows, and those of us who are here know. So it means the rate of connectivity, Honorable Speaker, in our rural areas has reduced considerably, because even if you use matching fund, Honorable Speaker, you can only do one project each year, because matching fund you are only allowed, each constituency is allocated only 5 million, so whatever amount you can do, it becomes a challenge. And therefore, I want to thank the issues raised here on the issue strategic objectives. We hope they'll be achieved. That one, achieve universal electricity access by 2030. That means, Honorable Gikari as the chair, I pray and hope God will be here in 2030. I want by then the entire Kenya to be elite throughout. If you read many development economists, they tell you one measure of development is electricity connectivity. It also says diversify the energy mix, prioritizing renewable energy sources while ensuring energy scarcity, security, and grid stability. Honorable Speaker, allow me to deal with the issue of grid stability. Busia County, whenever even there is wind blowing and there is signs of rain, power goes off completely. And we can go for 3 to 4 days without power. Power in Busia seems to have a very negative relationship between power and rain. Because when we asked, we were told the grid is old, outdated, cannot sustain the demand we require. Honorable Speaker, the second issue that we need to look at is the issue of renewable energy sources. We know over the years we have promoted solar, and indeed quite a number of homesteads have got solar. But we have a big problem. The kind of solar panels technology that we have in this country is starting to become a letdown. We have a project called Kudura that uses solar power. As of today, Honorable Speaker, the people are calling me that around 7 p.m., all the lights go off, nothing can be run. They literally have no power. So we start asking this question. Is there any way you can have technology that will ensure solar operates and runs the whole night? Many of us probably have solar security lights. Honorable Speaker, by around 3, if you are a man like me who have been walking up and down, you get home at 3 a.m. in the morning, most likely the lights are off. So the challenge is the committee, through the State Department of Energy, can we look at the quality of this technology to ensure that it serves many people throughout? Honorable Speaker, the issue of clean cooking solutions and technology, there is so much technology, we need to invest adequately in this matter. Otherwise, Honorable Speaker, I just want to assure Mheshimiwa Owen Baya, that we are making strides in the next government of Linda Mwananchi. By the year 2028, we will have connected every Kenyan.
Hold on. Is it a point of order or information?
It's a point of information, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Oundo, do you want to be informed?
Him is a good man, and he's a very honest man, a sincere man. I would wish to be informed adequately and comprehensively.
Very well.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. And I appreciate Honorable Udo, basically and particularly, Honorable Speaker, this booklet, the session of paper number 5 on the policy on National Energy Policy 2025 is available in our offices up here, and you can get it. And I'm saying thank you for giving us. But Honorable Speaker, when it goes deeper into the booklet, it talks about what he has raised. Yes, we have noticed on matters to do with innovation and technology that the solar, they do not last, and that is why by 7 p.m. the lights are off. But now we have come up with the batteries, the storage batteries, that after the sun is gone, we have been able to store enough in those batteries that can now be switched on after that. That's the information I wanted to pass over to Honorable Wood. Thanks, Honorable Speaker.
Yeah, and wind up.
Allow me to receive the information with gratitude. Yes, for sure. I thank you, Chair. The same problem about solar. Those of us who have run solar pumping, solarized.
Honorable Chonga, hardly has Honorable Oundo received the information. What is out of it?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. To be very honest, we are discussing a very, very serious subject. But is it in order, or from what point of information is Honorable Oundo saying the next government of Linda Mwananchi? What is it in the Mwananchi in the first place? To invoke that is a government which is going to perform better than what the
Honorable
government is
Ken Chonga, it is a point of debate. And you are allowed to dream. Even you can say, when I become the president next year, it is up to you. It is really up to you. And honorable members, I don't want us to gag each other on our aspirations, because this is a house of debate, unless something is totally out of order. Yes, Honorable Owen.
I want to support the Honorable Ken Chonga and say that, you see, dreams are valid, but dreams must also have a standpoint, a pedestal on what. When, Linda Mwananchi, they have lost the party. They have lost the party. They have lost the slogan.
Honorable Owen.
They have no ideas.
Order members. Honorable Owen, it can actually be you as saying you're the president next year. It is within your rights. And I don't think there is anything out of order, really, honorable members. Honorable Oundo, you have 1 minute.
Honorable Speaker, as I was saying, we need literally to be honest. If all it takes, it's very embarrassing that somebody has to walk for 2 kilometers to look for somewhere to charge a phone. It's very embarrassing. That somebody cannot iron a shirt so that he can look clean when he's walking around simply because he cannot connect to electricity. And that's why it must be a top priority that we achieve the target set here by 2030 to have universal connectivity, whichever mean, be it solar, be it off-grid, be it main grid, and I can tell the deputy majority leader, don't worry. You see, when you mention Linda Mwananchi, my heart warms up. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Naisula?
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I was also saying point of order, just to call out my colleagues that I wouldn't want the time to end of this session before I contribute to this very important motion by the chairperson of Energy, my very good friend, Honorable Gekaria, and his committee for bringing sessional paper 5 of 2026. And I think it's a very, very important sessional paper. I have gone through a number of issues on it, Madam Speaker. And as you heard me earlier, this is I think the 3rd or 4th time I was bringing a statement to ask about power in Samburu County, more specifically Samburu West constituency. This is the 4th day where we have no power or we have no electricity. And Madam Speaker, we have to be very careful with these sessional papers because you're very aware of the sessional papers that were brought way back that marginalized some of the communities and counties. But I have read through, there are some very important issues in this sessional paper. But for me, I will talk about issues of implementation. Chairperson of the committee, Honorable Gekaria. This can look very good on paper. The aspirations, even of Linda Mwananchi, of the current regime, the public or the raia just need power. At the end of the day, it is as simple as that. And I just want to say 2 or 3 things that have marginalized areas with other sessional paper on matters energy. Honorable Speaker, we have had this issue, for example, when we had the last mile. And areas like Samburu, all areas where we assume that there is sunlight, we used to put solar in public institutions. That means schools, hospitals, and things like that. That means the rest of the country then get power, which is electricity, main grid. And what that means, then there was last mile, where any household of 600 meters from it are connected to power. But if you connect a public institution to power, Madam Speaker, it means that solar will not be connected to any other place because you've only put the solar to that institution, Madam Speaker. And I remember when that policy was brought to this House, I opposed it. And I've tried to read through. I hope we are not doing that anymore in this sessional paper because you will be marginalizing the same places where it's actually an assumption. Because also, some people just assume that those areas there is sun. What of the days there's no solar or there's no sun in those areas? Madam Speaker, we do not want to have any sessional papers that continue to marginalize some areas and others keep moving forward. So, Madam Speaker, the other reason that I would like to comment on this sessional paper is power supply and monopoly. Because this issue of Kenya Power Lighting Company, there's some people who call it lightning, because you fear rain. You know, when you see rain, it becomes Kenya Power Lighting and Company. Any town, when there is rain, there is a problem. And this monopoly, we have talked about it. The same way, His Excellency the President has been bold on some of the policies in this country. Can we become bold on issues to do with the monopoly of Kenya Power and Lighting Company? Because we have seen where we have a blackout. The entire country, our airport is in blackout. You know, people are stranded there. And you're wondering, how then do we even sell ourselves as an international airport, Madam Speaker, and we do not have power at the international airport that we have here, Madam Speaker? So it will take a lot of bold steps for us to deal with these issues of Kenya Power once and for all. Samburu County is part of this country. It cannot go for 3 days without power. So that, Madam Speaker, we're being told, oh, the line all the way from Lanet, you know, Samburu is at the end. So we have a problem in Nyandarua, we have a problem, there's a substation which we were promised that it will be fixed by December. We are getting to another December. There are business people there. There are children who are going to school. We have households who depend on electricity. We just have to be serious as a country. And as we are also, Madam Speaker, we're the best in the region. We cannot always now continue to lag behind. And so I would just want to call on the chairperson, Energy, again, Honorable Gikaria, please leave a legacy that we have enough supply of energy in our country. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Very well. Honorable Rueda, are you on this? Kindly note it is 5 minutes, as had been allowed before. There is no one on the floor, Honorable Gikaria.
Yes, to give me information.
You can do it as you reply. Honorable Rueda.
Asante, Speaker. Ningependa kupongeza mwenyekiti na maneno haya ni muhimu sana. Nimesoma kidogo, sijamaliza yote, lakini mwenzangu Lesuda, Mheshimiwa Lesuda alimezungumza ni ya kweli. Paka sasa kuna sehemu zingine wodi nzima haina stima, hata hizo shule hakuna hata hiyo sola. Wodi ya Basuba ward kwangu chairman anafaa kujua kwamba wodi nzima paka sasa haina stima, hata shule hata hazanati hazina stima. Pia naona kamati itakuwa imezingatia mambo ya kama wale tunakaa kwenye visiwa vya bahari, ile majenereta ni kazi sana. Kama Faza Ward sisi tuna generator ambao ndio tunatumia kwa stima, na kila mwezi haikosekani matatizo. Generator wakati wa jua zaidi ndio zinaharibika zaidi. Tumekuwa tukiwa tugawanyiwa stima, mara mji huu unapata, mara huu haupati. Siku zote imekuwa mbunge ni maswali hapa bungeni kuhusu generator, na natarajia hii session paper itakuwa imetibu hayo matatizo yote ambayo sisi tunapata. Na Wakenya wameshikanishwa au wameunganishwa kwa mambo kadhaa. Mojawapo ni national grid, nikisema kwa lugha ya Kimombo. Sisi Lamu Mashariki hatujaunganishwa na Wakenya kwa sababu eneo bunge lote hakuna hii laini ya national grid, hata inchi moja hakuna. Kwa hivyo chairman, ningependa nisikie vizuri, ni matarajio yangu haya utayazingatia. Kumekuwa na ubaguzi sana hapa bunge, hasa kwa bajeti ya hii upande wa energy. Ubaguzi unaofanya utahakikisha kwenye budget hapa unaenda mbio, lakini utaona saa nyingine budget eneo bunge moja limepeta milioni 450 na eneo bunge langu la Mashariki ipate milioni 4 peke yake. Haya ni matatizo yamekuwa hapa, matatizo sugu. Wale wamekuwa tuko nyuma, tumeendelea kuwa nyuma, na saa hii ndio sisi tunategemea na sisi angalau tuunganishwe na wengine kwa hii stima. Kuna mradi umekuja wa Lamu Mashariki, mradi wa COSAP Island 2 na Island Ndawa, kisiwa cha Ndau, kisiwa cha Kiwayu na Mkokoni. Lakini huo mradi umechukua muda, contractor amekuja akanusa tu na kuondoka, hajarudi. So hizo zote chairman, najua kuna matatizo mengi, na sasa tumepata nafasi, acha tukwambie, na tumekuwa tukikuelezea tuangalie na sehemu zingine. Ni matarajio yangu, mimi najua wewe ni muungwana, kwamba hii na kamati imefanya kazi nzuri ukileta hii session paper, na ndio itatatua matatizo yote. Asante Bi Mwenyekiti.
Thank you. There seems to be no more interest on this motion. I'll call the mover to reply.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, allow me first to thank members who have contributed on this, the Honorable Owen Baya, Honorable Undo, Honorable Naisula, and Honorable Rueda. And Madam Speaker, I wish to encourage our honorable members, that they need to support the government on this, because the paper outlines the government policy and provides a roadmap on where we need the country to be in the next 10 years in terms of energy production and distribution. Madam Speaker, you noted from the debate that energy is the core of all members that have contributed, and even those who have not contributed. And as they say, for any country to move forward, energy is the key enabler of the economy. And that's why we must thank this particular government. It's just in 4 years they have come up with this sessional paper to provide a roadmap on where we need to be as a nation. And as you, the Honorable Mbaya pointed out, Honorable Undo, who is my neighbor. The Honorable Undo maybe perhaps, Madam Speaker, failed just to point out to the House that he has benefited on electricity distribution in his constituency, which has come from my own county, in the last 4 years, more than he did in the last 5 years. So, so Madam Speaker.
Point of order from member for Funyula.
No, point of Honorable Speaker.
He has been mentioned.
My young brother is completely out of order. One, he was not in this parliament in the 12th parliament, so he does not know what happened. Secondly, since this particular this term, the electricity projects we have gotten cannot be comparable to the ones we got last term. So let him not delude himself, try to defend what's not defendable. Let's just reply. Yes, we have moved from 18% to about 60%, and that I thank God for my effort in this house. And in any case, it's not me who has benefited. Those projects have gone to taxpayers. It's not me.
Okay,
they have gone to the taxpayers. He needs to put it very clear.
You've made your point. What is, there is nothing out of order, Honorable Member for Trans-Nzoia. What is out of order? Oh, and Bayer, you will not do the speaker's job. What is out of order?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I felt like he was out of order because we cannot do a comparison of 4 years against 10 years.
What 10 years?
He's talking about the previous government.
Honorable members, you know this is a house of debate. I really am being very patient because I listened to Honorable Mulanya, and Honorable Mulanya has made Honorable Oundo to respond to last term. And if I heard him right, he said in his last term compared to this term is different. That's what I heard him say. Yes, what is out of order, Honorable Naisula? I do not want us to take points of debate to be controversial when they are not.
No, Madam Speaker, what is out of order is we are starting debate afresh. What we need to hear from the also, so that also the mover of the motion should actually just reply by giving concrete solutions on this matter. It's not a joke what was being brought up here, and it's also not politics. We've politicked for too long. We want to know what this sessional paper will solve on the issues that have been raised here by everybody who has raised issues. Otherwise, you'll waste time, and we have not had answers to our questions.
Honorable Mulanya, kindly reply, because
Thank you.
The idea of a reply is to listen to your colleagues.
Yes, and that's why, Madam Speaker, I was just responding to my neighbor.
Order, Honorable Mulanya, their contribution, and be able to respond, and even say whether there is anything that can be done to improve your proposal. That is the idea of a reply. And any member is allowed to make reference to their constituencies.
Thank you.
It is in order.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the sessional paper raises 9 key issues that addresses the issue that my colleagues have debated on. And we are saying that one of the key things that members have raised time and again on the floor of the House is the issue of constant power blackout and other things, which are caused by aging the electricity lines. Madam Speaker, we note that the sessional papers address that going forward, we need to address this by replacing the aging network so that we can have a reliable power supply in the entire country. Also, the paper addresses the issue of e-mobility, we talk about, Madam Speaker, the country will, my colleagues will note that few months ago we had the Iran-America war, and we had problems because we're over reliance on a petroleum product for movement. So when the paper talks about e-mobility, we say that we must have reliable power supply in the country so that we can have electric vehicles, electric motorbikes, and other things so that in future when you have such a thing that we have a Strait of Hormuz situation, we are not gagged down by having no fuel for the country to move forward. Madam Speaker, on the issue of clean cooking, is also an issue that this government started. And we are saying that where the Department of Energy is giving a roadmap on where they want us to be, because they say, especially in rural areas, our people still use charcoal and firewood, which is not a clean cooking method. So we are saying in session on paper that we need to move forward so that we ensure that our rural mothers, our rural brothers and sisters, they can access clean cooking methods, which can only be done if we have a stable power supply, which we are talking about power generation and power distribution. And Madam Speaker, on those few remarks, I wish to, before I reply, I give my chair just 1 minute.
You are totally out of order. Honorable members, please refer to your standing orders. If you wanted to donate time, you do it before your reply. So reply, Honorable Member for Nambale. Order members. Order members. And also realize you cannot donate to a member who has already spoken to this matter. It is totally out of order. Honorable Member for Nambale.
Yes,
Could you reply?
Thank you.
Are you on record?
Yeah. Thank you, Madam Speaker. With those few remarks, I beg to reply.
Honorable members, allow me to defer the putting of question on this to a later appointed date. Next order.
Order number 12, the County Assembly Services Amendment Bill, Senate Bill number 34 of 2023, second reading.
This is by the Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Labor. And Honorable Chairs, allow me to recognize that today, Chairs, you have done very well, including the Chair of Implementation, who is still waiting for his order. So, Chairperson, Labor Committee.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I always do it very well. I know you know that.
Honorable Chonga, don't take us to last week. I think the Speaker already prosecuted that problem. So kindly move.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the County Assembly Service Bill, Amendment Bill, Senate Bill number 34 of 2023 be now read a second time. The bill was read a first time in the House on Tuesday, 27th of May, 2025, and was thereafter committed to the committee in line with the Standing Order number 127, subsection 1 of the National Assembly Standing Orders. Honorable Speaker, the bill seeks to amend the County Assemblies Act number 24 of 2027 to clarify the procedure for removal of a member of a County Assembly Service Board. Additionally, the bill proposes to provide a procedure for the suspension of a clerk of the County Assembly, taking into account principles of fair administrative action. In this respect, the bill proposes to set out the pendency of suspension. Further, the bill seeks to ensure that the clerk of the County Assembly exercises effective control over the staff of the Assembly in order to ensure the efficient running of the respective legislature. Honorable Speaker, in compliance with Article 118B of the Constitution and Standing Order number 127, subsection 3 of the National Assembly Standing Orders, the committee placed an advert in the print media on the 24th of June 2025, inviting the public to submit a memoranda by way of written statements on the bill. The memoranda were to be received on or before the 4th of July 2025 at 5 p.m. East African time. In addition, the committee, via letters reference number NA/DDC/LAB/2025/025, dated 23rd July 2025, requested the key stakeholders to share the written memoranda by Friday, 1st of August 2025. Honorable Speaker, by the close of the submission deadline, the committee had received 3 memoranda: the Kenya Law Reform Commission, the County Assemblies Forum and Society of the Clerks at the table in Kenyan legislature gave their views on the bill, which the committee considered and contained in part 3 of the report. Honorable Speaker, before I provide findings of the departmental committee, allow me to give you a brief overview of the bill for members' guidance. The bill contains 8 clauses. 1. Clause 1 provides the short title, County Assembly Service, Amendment Act number 2020, Act of 2023. Clause 2 proposes to insert the word administrative after procedural to ensure that the Act covers both procedural and administrative functions of the County Assembly. Clause 3 proposes a detailed petition process for the removal of a board member. Clause 4 clarifies that the clerk of a county assembly is responsible to a county assembly service board and not the chairperson of a county's assembly service board. Clause 5 proposes to assign a clerk of a county assembly power to exercise supervisory control over the county assembly staff. Clause 6 introduces a new section, that is 22A, to provide for a fair procedure for suspending a clerk of a county assembly. Clause 7 seeks to provide the timeline for responding to allegations by a clerk of a county assembly and the threshold for a county assembly resolution for removal requires support of two-thirds of the members. Clause 8 seeks to safeguard the rights of a staff on secondment. Honorable Speaker, upon reviewing the bill and the submission received, the committee made the following observations. 1. The procedure for the removal of a board member is outlined under Section 5B, Section 58, that is 58 of the County Government Act 2012. The bill seeks to assign a clerk of a county assembly power to exercise supervisory control over the county assembly staff. There is a need for clear guidelines or provisions for payment of remuneration and benefits of the officer on secondment by the primary employer or the receiving entity and guidelines on terms of secondment, including timelines and preservations of the primary employment terms. The provision of Clause 4 on the functions of the secretary will streamline the reporting structure of the clerk of the county assembly, ensure that the clerk is directly accountable to the county assembly service board rather than to the chairman of the board. The provision of Clause 8 might disadvantage the primary employer, noting that the host organization benefits from the officer's expertise and skills. Highlighting the cases...
Honorable Ajara, you know you are out of order. Continue, Honorable Chonga.
Thank you, Speaker. Wanjala is like that. Highlighting causes of abuse of secondment in both levels of government, which involve regular transfer of staff, the committee noted the need for legal provision to guide secondment that will enhance protection of officers on secondment, ensure uniformity, and ensure that secondment is guided by the need for skills transfer or critical support. Honorable Speaker, Emanating from the above observations, the committee proposed the following amendments to the bill. Clause 3 be amended by deleting clause 3 subsection B of the bill because the procedure of removal of a board member is outlined under section 58 of the County Government Act 2012. 2, clause 5 of the bill be amended by deleting the proposed amendment to the section 19 subsection 1 and inserting the following section immediately after subsection 19 subsection 1. Perform such other duties as may be assigned by the county assembly. 3, clause 7 of the bill be deleted because the existing framework is satisfactory. 4, clause 8 of the bill be deleted because it might disadvantage the primary employer while the host organization benefits from the officer's expertise. 9, Honorable Speaker, in view of the above, the committee recommends that the House approves the bill with amendments as contained in the schedule of the amendments forming part 6 of the report. Number 10, Honorable Speaker, I beg to move and now request Honorable Lilian Sioi, a member of the committee, to second this motion. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Very well. Sioi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me this chance. I want to congratulate my chair and my fellow members of the committee for going through this, and we found out that this is a very good bill to support, because we have seen the manner that the clerks, the manner in which the speaker, if I might quote the example of Nyamira speaker, how he was removed from office. Madam Speaker, he was removed in a very awkward manner, which was very wrong, and I think he even went into depression because he formed another chamber in his own house, if you could remember. So it is important, just to be fair to these officers in office, the clerk, the speaker, and even the members in the board, to have procedures in which they can be removed. And we sat down, listened to the proposer, and we realized that the clauses that my chair has just read out are very prudent to be adopted. And in that case, Madam Speaker, I second the bill.
Very well. Honorable members, I therefore propose a question that the County Assembly Services Amendment Bill, Senate Bill number 34 of 2023 be now read a second time. Member for Nambale.
I'm not on this.
Not on this. Funyula, are you on this? Owen.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I stand to support the bill as moved by the Honorable Ken Chonga. Honorable Speaker, the County Assembly, or the devolved unit space, that space, there's a lot of legislation that must be done to align things so that they are properly done. One of the things that we have seen, the chaos that we have seen, especially on removal of speaker, removal of clerk, removal of CECs, removal of governors, that space requires some neatness. It's still not neat yet. And I think this bill brings that neatness. That the Honorable Ken Chonga, having moved this and brought it to the House, will guarantee safety for officers that work, especially in the county, in the assemblies, and in particular, the county assembly. The county assembly, there are certain officers, the speaker, the clerk, and the other staff who are senior. Sometimes their removal is very untidy. And it is done sometimes maliciously, sometimes it is done in such a way that it brings chaos. But I think this bill will bring sanity and order in that space. And that's what we need. This chamber has survived many years. It has been there many years. The Senate is a recent addition. But you have seen this chamber, I have not seen a motion to impeach a speaker. I have not seen a motion to remove a clerk for the many years that we have been here. How come these devolved units have only been there for like 15 years now? And yet we see a lot of removal of speakers, removal of clerks, removal in a very untidy, even this chamber has not successfully removed a cabinet secretary or a minister for the many years that it has existed. How come it is just child play in the county assemblies, as if they're not governed by law and order? This law brings order and sanity in the county assemblies. And we must, as a house, this hallowed house, this august house, must bring order in the county assembly. And therefore, I support that the County Assembly Services Board amendment bill needs to be fast-tracked so that you give proper power to the clerk, and you provide a proper mechanism on how to remove members who sit there when they are in error or where they are not aligned properly to the systems that are there. And I think this is a good bill. This is a bill that we must support to ensure we bring order. And it is this chamber, Honorable Speaker, that will bring sanity to the county assemblies. We have seen chaos. I saw a speaker who was removed, and he felt he was erroneously removed. He went and set up his own chamber, had his own sergeant at arms, Nyamira, and they were running two parallel chambers. Speaker. And a member could choose which chamber to attend to, and you wonder whether this is Kenya. Speaker. They need to learn from this chamber. This chamber has ensured law and order. We have had our own up and downs, but we have respected the speaker. We have respected the clerk. We have respected the mess. We have respected our standing orders. And that is the order that we must bring to those county assemblies. And I think this assembly is ready to midwife such kind of a transition. And therefore, I thank you, Honorable Ken Chonga, for being the person in the chair of the Labour Committee that is actually standing in to bring order in county assembly. May God bless you. And may the people of Kilifi South look at you with favorable eyes in the next election. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Very well. Oundo.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Sorry, I was looking for the bill. I had read it earlier, made comments, but I couldn't get the one I had made comments on. But let me also stand here and support the bill, the County Assembly Services Amendment Bill 2023, that basically sets procedures for the removal of the clerk and the members of our county service board. Honorable Speaker, as I proceed to do so, I just want to implore Senate, our house, our parallel house, they told us not to call them junior, our parallel house, that while us here, we go out of our way to expeditiously review and process their bills. Our bills, when they go over there, they take a neon. They never move at all. There must be this good spirit that we are legislating for people of Kenya. It's not about sibling rivalry, because for sure we will pass this bill and it will be assented. Let me also join my colleagues and clearly say that sometimes what happens in the county assemblies is a terrible embarrassment to democracy. And this probably has to do with the quality of those persons who fortunately or unfortunately get elected to sit in those county assemblies. They still treat those county assemblies as the way they used to treat county councils, kanjos, those kind of things. So that to an extent, there is no law and order. It's about Goonism, it's about unbridled use of force to enforce a basic matter. However, Honorable Speaker, I just want to comment that the bill seems to be too descriptive. It is too verbose. Some of the issues being raised here or being purported to be legislated here could as well just be indicated in the standing order. So I would request, time allowing, I would need to move amendments. So some of the procedures, are unnecessarily too long to be included in a bill. They ought to be in the standing order, respective standing order. Honorable Speaker, for example, it says that once they get a petition, the Speaker shall report the petition to the Assembly within 7 days. Upon reporting of the petition, the Speaker shall refer the petition to a select committee of the County Assembly to investigate the matter. Honorable Speaker, even our Parliamentary Service Commission Act does not have all these elaborate procedures. All those things are contained in the standing order. So it will be we'll request the committee to consider a bipartisan approach to amendments to avoid this kind of a thing so that we make it much, much easier. Again, the same relates to the removal of a member of the board. Again, the same procedure, an advocate, investigation, all those kind of things. They do not hold constitutional office. They are just held by virtue of a statute. So why do you have to put in an act of parliament such an elaborate process and to go for whatever reason that it is? Honorable Speaker, again, it's just the same issue. But Honorable Speaker, another amendment that I've included here in clause 8 is to amend section 25 of the Principal Act by adding the following: the issue of secondment. That a member of the board can be seconded elsewhere but still retain their benefits. So in essence, Honorable Speaker, we just hope and believe that the bill, once it's cleaned up, to make it a bill that is to the standard of the National Assembly. Sometimes the bills that come from Senate have got challenges. So when they come here, it behooves us, having the technical capacity, to clean it up so that when it becomes law, it does not look as if it was done in a hurry or in a matter that does not indicate the quality that is required. Honorable Speaker, allow me to make a few comments generally on the issue of the county assemblies. Under the Constitution of Kenya, the county assemblies are supposed to oversight the county executives. A primary oversight of the county governments is the county assembly. We just hope and believe now that the clerk and the speaker have got some bit of some tenure, some security of tenure, they will guide the county assemblies to do their work properly. Honorable Speaker, it becomes difficult for any MCA or member of the county assembly to go and complain that there's no development in his ward, yet is the one who oversights the county assembly and prepares the bills and the budget. So it is important, Honorable Speaker, we need to up the game so that we produce quality documents, quality bills, quality policies that guide and make sure our county governments work properly. With those very few remarks, Honorable Speaker, I support the bill. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Very well. Honorable members, I don't seem to see more interest on this bill. Chonga, reply.
Thank you, Speaker. First of all, let me take this opportunity to appreciate the seconder and all members who have participated in debating this bill. Madam Speaker, there are so many cases that we can count where we have seen a lot of indiscipline in our county assemblies. One has just been mentioned by Honorable Owen Bayer. We have the case of Mandera, which turned so ugly, almost fatal. And just as what Honorable Undo has said, it gives a very bad image internationally, locally and internationally, to other assemblies of the world. And time has come of age that we ensure that we retain the same dignity that is in this house as well as in the assembly, because it's a house of rules just like this one. And it's therefore timely that all the rules pertaining to how the business of the house should be governed should confirm in terms of even discipline that is into it. So I stand and beg to move, Madam Speaker. Thank you. To reply, sorry. Thank you.
Very well. We shall defer the putting of the question. Next order.
Order number 13, motion. That report on the implementation status of reports on petitions and House resolutions.
Chairperson, Committee on Implementation. Honorable Wanjala, give him the mic.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that this House adopts the third report of the Committee on the implementation status of reports on petition and resolutions passed by this House, which was laid on the table of the House on Thursday, 5th December 2024. Honorable Speaker, the Committee on Implementation is established pursuant to Standing Order 209 of the National Assembly Standing Orders. The committee is mandated to scrutinize and track resolutions of the House, including adopted committee reports, petitions, and undertakings issued by the National Executive. In addition, the committee is required to ascertain whether such decisions and undertakings are implemented within the prescribed timelines, and where delays or non-implementation arise, to ensure the satisfactory explanation are furnished. Honorable Speaker, in furtherance of this mandate, Standing Order 201 provide that within 60 days of a resolution of the House or the adoption of a report of a select committee, the relevant Cabinet Secretary shall submit to the appropriate committee a report outlining the status of implementation of the resolution. Honorable Speaker, consistent with the Article 153(4)(b) of the Constitution, Cabinet Secretaries are obligated to provide Parliament with full and regular reports on matters under their respective dockets. The Committee on Implementation, therefore, plays a central role in ensuring that the resolution of this House are translated into tangible outcomes for the citizens by holding the executive to account and safeguarding the efficacy and authority of Parliament. Honorable Speaker, in the discharge of its mandate, the committee engaged various ministries, state corporations, and agencies, seeking comprehensive status reports on the implementation of House resolutions, petitions, and adopted committee reports. To this end, the committee received both written and oral submissions from Cabinet Secretaries and accounting officers during sittings held between February and April 2023. Honorable Speaker, further, the committee formally communicated with the ministries, state corporations, and agencies requesting updates on the implementation of resolutions, petitions, and adopted committee reports passed by this House. In response, the committee received detailed oral and written submissions from Cabinet Secretaries and accounting officers of the respective state corporations, outlining the progress made in implementing the recommendations contained in the report, adopted by the House as follows. A, the 22nd report of the Public Investment Committee on the consideration of the Auditor General reports on the financial statements of the National Social Security Fund, NSSF, that is 2013, 2014, 2015, 2016. B, the 22nd report of the Public Investment Committee on its consideration of the Auditor General reports on the financial statements of Kenya Medical Supplies Agency, KEMSA, financial years 2012-2013 to 2016-2017. C, the 22nd report of the Public Investments Committee on the consideration of the Auditor General report on the financial statements of National Cereals and Produce Board, NCPB, financial year 2015-2016 and 2016-2017. Number D, report of the Departmental Committee on Lands on a public petition regarding the restoration of land belonging to Ms. Teresia Wambui case in Kilifi North constituency. E, report of the Departmental Committee on Lands on a public petition regarding securing land ownership rights of Mwananga Vise residents in Likoni constituency. F, report of the Department Committee on Lands on a public petition regarding the irregular annexation and fencing of private land by Greatcom Limited in Matuga constituency in Kwale County. G, report on the implementation status of a statement by Honorable Owen Baya, MP, on Lutigi Broglio Space Center in Malindi, Kilifi County. H, report on implementation status of a motion by Honorable Gathonwa Muchomba, HSC, regarding implementation status of House resolutions on standardization and production of school uniforms. I, report of the Departmental Committee on Finance and National Planning on the consideration of the public petition on the payment of terminal dues on former employees of Pan Paper Mills Company Limited. I, report of the Public Petition Committee on a petition by Pastor Ochieng Odindo regarding Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission investigations of West Kano irrigation scheme. K, the Public Investment Committee special report on the inquiry into allegations of fraud and financial management at the Youth Enterprise Development Fund. L, the 19th report of the Public Investment Committee on audited financial statements of state corporations, Volume 1, reports of the Auditor General on the financial statements of Agricultural Finance Corporation, AFC, for the financial years 2003 to 2004 to 2011-2012. M, the implementation status of the 13th report of the Special Funds Accounts Committee, CFAC, on status of the Equalization Fund. N, report on the implementation status of the Public Investment Committee's PIC, 21st and 23rd reports on consideration of the Auditor General's report on the financial statements of state corporations, Coast Water Works Development Agency, or the status of implementation on the resolution of the House on a motion sponsored by a member for Kakamega County, the Honorable Elsie Mohanda, MP, that the Ministry of Education develops a school feeding policy to cover basic education for pupils and sustains the program in order to ensure that children are maintained in schools for effective learning and improve their well-being. P, the implementation status regarding a motion on the establishment of the National Swahili Council in Kenya by the Cabinet Secretary, Ministry of Gender, Culture, the Arts and Heritage. Q, motion sponsored by the member for Maragua constituency, the Honorable Mary Wamaua, MP, urging the government to establish database centers in all civil registration centers for purposes of storing all the necessary information required for issuance of birth certificates to all children. R, report of the Departmental Committee on Labor and Social Welfare on the visit to Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, on a fact-finding mission on the welfare of migrant Kenyan workers in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia from February 27th to March 3rd, 2019. S, remote for the Departmental Committee on Energy relating to a public petition regarding the degradation of the environment along the Sondumiriu Dam due to the failure by Kenyan to fully comply with the environmental impact assessment of 1995 and report of the Auditor General on the financial statement of Kenya Tourist Development Corporation for the year ended 30th June 1997 to 2012. Honorable Speaker, in addition, the committee undertook inspection visits to selected projects and state corporations to verify progress in the implementation of House resolution. This report, therefore, contains a comprehensive analysis of the responses received, the status of implementation at the time of reporting, as well as the committee's observations and recommendations. Honorable Speaker, in its consideration of the implementation status of House resolution, the committee made several general observations which have a direct bearing on effective implementation. I, majority of the House resolutions require financial obligations for adequate implementation to be carried out by executive. There is need for appropriate of funds to ensure House resolutions are implemented as directed. There was inadequate budget allocated to the ministries, departments, and agencies to implement the recommendations. 2, government officials in the executive do not implement House resolution promptly, thus causing matters to unnecessarily delay. A case in point is the payment of former employees of Pan Paper Mills that has been pending, yet the report of the Departmental Committee on Finance and National Planning on its consideration of the public petition on payment of terminal dues to former employees of Pan Paper Mills Company Limited recommended that the government of Kenya, through the National Treasury, avails funds within the 2017-2018 financial year for payment of terminal dues to the former employees of the Pan Paper Mills Company Limited. 3, some state corporations have failed to expedite the acquisition of titles and ownership documents to their parcels of land, as recommended in the 21st and 23rd Public Investment Committee report. This has resulted to delay in updating their respective asset registers and the involvement of government officials in irregular acquisition of the land, as well as failing victim to land grabbers. A case in point is the Coast Water Works Development Agency. EACC was itself frustrated in its quest to obtain crucial documents needed for the land cases, since in many instances documents disappeared whenever EACC wrote to the Ministry of Lands. 4, majority of the recommendations addressed to the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission have not been implemented, with some investigations dating back more than a decade. A case in point are the admission by the EACC in the Public Petition Committee reports in petition number 8 of 2022 by Pastor Ochieng Odindo regarding the EACC investigations of West Kano irrigation scheme, where the EACC received reports of the allegations of fraud in 2015, but are yet to act on the suspects at the time of compiling this report. Number 5, relevant government ministries and officials responsible of the appointment of heads of parastatals and officers playing supervisory roles, such as the Inspectorate of Government Corporations, should ensure office holders are confirmed to enable effective delivery of services and execution of roles, and that 6, there is need for committee recommendations to be specific, measurable, achievable, realistic, and time-bound, smart, so as to facilitate smoother implementation of House resolutions. Honorable Speaker, to address these challenges, the committee makes the following key recommendations. To address these challenges, the committee makes the following key recommendations. Government agencies and departments tasked with implementing House resolution should endeavor to incorporate the resolutions in their work plans and deliver the same within the stipulated time frame, failure to which sanctions should be imposed against the responsible officials. 2, the National Treasury should ensure appropriation of funds for the implementation of House resolutions is done within one financial year following the adoption of a House resolution for the public to drive the intended benefits. Further, the National Assembly should allocate sufficient funds to the implementing agencies for effective implementation of reports passed by the House and adequate oversight of entities under their ambit. 3, state corporation should prioritize acquiring title deeds to all parcels of land to avert loss of these assets to grabbers. And 6, the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission, EACC, should take note of all recommendations directed to it and provide status report within 60 days of the adoption of this report. Honorable Speaker, the committee is persuaded that if these recommendations are adopted and implemented, they will significantly enhance accountability, transparency, efficiency, prudent financial management, commercial viability of state corporations, and ultimately ensure value for money for the Kenyan people. Honorable Speaker, having carefully considered the proceedings and findings of the Committee on Implementation, I beg to move and urge this House, this Honorable House, to adopt the third report of the Committee on Implementation. I thank you, Honorable Speaker, and now request Honorable Mulanya to second the motion. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Mulanya?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, having listened to the Chair on Committee on Implementation, I wish to support this report, and I rise to second the same. And Honorable Speaker, there are issues that are cutting across the issue that raised by the Honorable Chair, especially the issue of lack of funding, is curtailing the efforts of both the committee and even the state agencies. Honorable Speaker, this afternoon we had issues being raised about implementation of the reports or resolution of this House. And the fact that our duty is oversight. Oversight goes with the implementation on what we deliberate upon. It will be an exercise in futility if we deliberate, spend hours sitting here, debate, come up with the resolution, then we fail to implement on the same. And at the same time, if we push the state agencies to implement the report that we have, yet they don't have enough budget allocation from the government, it becomes also an impediment to them because they'll sit there with the report, and as you have heard from the Chair, some of the issues that we have a report for implementation, then it takes like 10 years. Even if you send, for instance, the ESCC, if it's a forensic issue that needs investigation and prosecution, then when you spend more time with the reports sitting there, the same culprit that we're investigating will go back and destroy the evidence that are supposed to be used in prosecution of the culprit that committed this particular offense. There is the issue of, like the issue of pen paper mails that has been raised in the report. We note that, and as a member coming from the Western region, we had many people, even from my constituency, who served pen paper mills. But from the time they lost their employment, they have never been paid their dues. So we have a report, and even a report that was sent to the Department Committee on Finance and National Planning on its consideration for the public petition on payment of terminal dues to former employees on Pen Paper Mills Limited, that recommended that the government of Kenya, through the National Treasury, avails fund within 2017-2018 financial year for payment of terminal dues and for former employees. And all this has not been implemented. Yes, and we are in 2022. From 2017, we are in 2026. Madam Speaker, as a legal person, when you go to court, like the judiciary, the way they enforce their decisions, at the end, when you get a court, you need to have enforcement so that the person who have accessed courts for justice will get his or her right when that particular decision is being implemented or enforced through auctioneer or even the police. But here, we have issue that has been raised here that we have decisions or resolution by the House that have never been implemented. So we have the issues of title deed as raised by the Chair. When we have public land that does not have title deed, under the law, the person who acquired the first title gets a title that is irrevocable. So we'll get a situation where, but we are losing public land, not because nobody's taking care, just because of our own laxity by failing to provide necessary funds to support the committee and also support the state agencies. Therefore, with those few remarks, I second this particular report.
Very well. Honorable members, allow me then to propose a question that this House adopts the third report of the Select Committee on implementation, on status of reports and petitions and resolutions passed by the House, laid on the table of the House on Thursday, 5th December 2024. Honorable Owen, you have the floor, so get to your seat as quickly as possible.
Have the floor. Why am I being given the floor? Speaker, thank you very much.
The reason I've given you Deputy Majority Leader is because earlier in the sitting, there was the issue of implementation, and members have raised very many questions, including the Leader of Majority, on the implementation of the petitions and resolutions of the House. So these are very important report.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. And I want to say to the Chairman, thank you very much for presenting two important reports. I congratulate you and your committee. We have, I served in that committee, and I think I served with you, Chair, in the 12th Parliament and this committee. This is a very, very important Parliament committee, actually, a very powerful committee. One of those committees that the Standing Orders and Constitution actually is very clear that must be headed by somebody from the opposition or the minority. Reason is because when we are looking at implementation of House resolutions, because there are many resolutions that this House passes, and these resolutions are not passed in vain. And it is in parliamentary policy and doctrines that Parliament does not act in vain. Everything that is passed here, that is approved here, must be implemented to the latter. And anybody who does not implement those resolutions must face the wrath of that committee that is chaired by the MP for Budalangi. And I want to say this. Honorable MP for Budalangi did something very good for me. We passed a House resolution here on the issue of Baricho water. And it was not followed up. And there were resolutions on solarization, there were resolutions on power tariffs, there were resolutions on that. And these resolutions came to be done partly because this committee took its interest, actually went and visited and asked the question why. Today I want to report to you, Chairman, that the solarization has been done now. It has been done now. That's the power of the House. That is the power of the committee. If you go to Baricho today, in fact, it should be your interest to go and visit to see the fruits of your work. Actually, you will see solarization has been done. What we are waiting for is the reduction on the tariff on energy. That is what we are waiting for. But on the component of solarization, it has been done. And that is how powerful this House committee is. And there are many members here, and I want to urge members, there are many members, the report of a member is passed in this House. Then they imagine that because it has been passed, that's the end of it. They never follow up to tell the chairman of implementation, this resolution for my report was not implemented. Kindly follow up. And that is how Parliament needs to work, and that's how members of Parliament work. Because if we do not follow up ourselves, we just bring here reports, petitions, requests for statements, people make promises, and when they make promises, you sit down and say, I have achieved. You have not achieved until it is implemented because you spent Parliament resources. Now, the committee that does that is the Committee of Honorable Wanjala. And Honorable Wanjala, while I commend you on the good job that you have done, I also want to call members of Parliament to follow up on their reports. And when they are not implemented, they should go to the chairman and tell him this must be followed up. I remember also another thing that Honorable Wanjala did for me, because I follow up issues. When we passed the resolution on the resurrection of the Kilifi cashew nut factory, it was passed here, and resolutions were made. And I followed up. And Honorable Wanjala and his team actually came and visited and inspected and asked very tough questions. Why that resolution of Parliament has not been implemented? And I said, yes, this is the power of Parliament. And that is why we need to change the way we do things. We do not, Honorable Speaker, just pass resolutions for us to be said, you know, you presented something. Has that which you brought to this House, has it been implemented? If it has not, Parliament has provided a way through in which you can force the implementation of that resolution. So, Honorable Wanjala, I want to thank you. And I want to thank those members who followed up with you. And I want to urge other members of this House that every time a resolution of the House is passed, please make sure that the committee of Honorable Wanjala is aware, and that sometimes on their own motion, I have seen also that, on their own motion of the committee, they have followed up issues and we have seen them being implemented because Honorable Wanjala and his team went and demanded that they be implemented because they are resolutions of the House. And therefore, I want to sincerely, from the bottom of my heart, thank you. I want also to say sorry for the loss last week of your relative, and therefore you are not able to be here. But I have seen you at work. I have seen your energy at work. I have seen your passion to ensure that Parliament resolutions are passed. And therefore, I congratulate you and I support. I thank you, Honorable Chair.
Honorable members, this debate will continue. It's a very important report, and we hope that the debate will continue in the next sitting. Order, members. And the time being 7:01 p.m., this House stands adjourned until tomorrow, Wednesday, 19th August 2026 at 9:30 a.m.